rise for the flag salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag
of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. This meeting is convened in accordance with the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act of New Jersey. Let the official minutes reflect that adequate notice of this meeting has been provided by publishing a notice in the Asbury Park Press and the Star Ledger on Wednesday, January 7, 2026, and thereafter posting same on Town Hall Bulletin Board for such notices, and filing same with the Township Clerk pursuant to a resolution adopted by the Township Council on Thursday, January 1st, 2026. The meeting dates have also been posted on the Township webpage. Roll call, please.
This is very sensitive tonight. My apologies. Councilman Bradley. Here. Councilman Bianchini.
Here.
Council Vice President Iverson.
Here.
Council President Sikosi.
Here.
Councilman Coleman.
Here.
Councilman Aber.
Here.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Here.
Wait a minute, the Councilman Coleman called in?
He's calling and he's present, yes.
Okay. All right. All right. No one told us.
Item number 5 is the minutes from the February 25th, 2026 council meeting.
Make a motion to move the minutes.
I'll second it. Motion was made by Council Vice President Iverson, seconded by Councilman Bradley. Council Vice President Iverson.
Yes.
Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini.
Yes.
Council President Sikosi.
Yes.
Councilman Coleman. Councilman Aber.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Yes.
Okay, before we begin, Councilman Bradley has something to say.
If we could observe a minute of silence, Council President, for the 7 brave men or women that unfortunately gave their lives for our country in defense of our way of life here, fighting a very horrible and just demonic force over there in Iran.
Okay, thank you. Good. And for our men and women, God protect them, and may this be a short outcome. I also want to do a little prayer. Grant us the serenity to accept the things we cannot change, the courage to change the things we can, and the wisdom to know the difference. God bless Toms River. Okay. All right, so, Mr. Clerk, we have a resolution and presentation.
Yes. Number 6 is an honoring resolution of the family of Leonard Bud Lamel.
Are they here? I don't see them. Oh, over here. Step down, please. All right, come forward, please.
So it's here, and that's at the VA.
So, I hope everyone is familiar with Leonard Bud Lamel and the new VA clinic on Hooper Avenue is named after him. And it was a lot of work with our Congressman Chris Smith, the township, the previous mayor, Mo Hill, our planner, to get that VA clinic here in Toms River for our veterans, for our men and women. So if most of you are not familiar with the story of Sergeant Lamel, it was during World War II on D-Day, and himself, and correct me if I'm wrong, okay, and they had to get there at Pointe du Hoc and climb the cliffs in the dark to get to the big cannons that were facing the ships with our troops coming in. So he was in his early 20s. How old was he? Can you recall? So we're talking about a young man, 24 years old, that had to do this. So I couldn't picture myself doing this, but a true hero in our town. So, and his family. He got the service Silver Star, the Service Cross, and he also fought in the Battle of the Bulge. So we all know what happened there when the Germans asked the Americans to surrender, and the general told them nuts. And Mr. Lamel, Sergeant Lamel, was wounded several times on this, and thank God he came home. So we're all proud here, the mayor, the council people, and the previous mayor, and our planner, David Roberts, to get this VA clinic done for our men and women at Toms River. Thank you.
Thank you all very much, and thank you. I know you're here for an important town council meeting, but this is a very special moment for us. Dad was the first director of the Ocean County Veterans Service Bureau, and where he helped returning World War II veterans like himself to make the transition back to civilian life by filing claims and applying for the GI Bill, and in some cases helping individuals get the help they needed. Ocean County is a very different place today than it was then. And when you needed help, you had to go all the way up to East Orange. Dad would be so pleased that now, here in Toms River, due to the hard work of the town council and the mayors of several administrations, that now people can get the help for PTSD and women's veterans help. Dad knew the cost of war, and he knew the importance of the VA services, and now it's here, centrally located. On behalf of my mother Charlotte and the Lomel family, I would like to thank the town council and the mayor for the honor of this proclamation.
We thank you. Here, Councilman Bradley. Does everyone know the last name Bradley? Oh, you have to get a picture. Okay, he's related to the Bradleys. And we have Councilman Piacini also. Thank you. Thank you. And we're also giving a proclamation to the VA clinic. Going on to business, make sure your cell phones are off. If you have to talk, please go out in the hallway and
Council President, it's also customary to let the family of the folks who came for the honor, to let them know that it's a good time to listen. If they want to do it, they're not here for nothing.
okay. I'm not following you there.
That's okay. Normally when we do the proclamations, after, people presumably come with their family and stuff, and
You want to take a little recess? Is that what you said?
normally the council president then suggests that if they'd like to go home, we can, that this is a good time. In other words, yes, it's like usually like a brief pause before we move.
This is for the Lamel family. If you would like to leave the council, we would totally understand. This may be boring for you. We will not take offense.
Okay. All right, Rick. So we see on the agenda that you would like an executive session.
The affordable housing attorney is here, and there were, and there's a
Again, we don't want to hold up.
well, there's a,
We want to move on to the business.
But don't we have an executive session after you go on?
the executive session is to advise you again, and also because there's an alternate, I think some folks up on council were suggesting some kind of alternate ordinance, so we were going to discuss that, so.
I know there's also been some allegations that you guys may not have been fully informed of everything that's going on, so this is a chance for you to be fully informed of everything.
Okay, that's true. And then something else came to our attention before the meeting. Mr. Messina, please come up to the microphone and state your name and your address for the record. And please ask your question or to the township attorney, right here.
Hi, my name is Michael Messina, spelled Messina. I reside at 3478 Vicari Avenue, Toms River, New Jersey.
Okay. And you were here last night for the planning board meeting also with the residents.
Yes.
I've met Mr. Messina multiple
Okay.
times. We're
So,
friends.
he has a question about the certified mailing within the 200 feet of the residence. Let him speak. Let him ask the question. Go ahead.
Okay. I did this last night also, I'm sorry, indulge me. All those Lake Ridge residents, please raise your hand. Okay, so similar, last night we had a strong number of our residents here because this is such a important issue. And as I started out last night, understanding that the state mandates certain things that filter down to the various municipalities. And it's the municipality's responsibility to come up with a plan. And that plan is in its infancy now, but I keep hearing fourth round, and I'm not sure what that means. But it's in its infancy now and can change depending on what transpires. But it has come to our attention We met with the mayor several times and council, and I'm just going to hold this one. The mayor came to our community and handed the board of directors along with the government committee a photograph saying where the housing would happen. So with that said, it represented one side of our entrance on Massachusetts Avenue, which, as we all know, Massachusetts Avenue and 70 is one of the deadliest intersections in the state of New Jersey. It's number 3. Okay, so, concerns were raised right away. Mayor, this is on Massachusetts Avenue, 70 is right there. So I asked the mayor, and I said, is this the only place that we're developing around Lake Ridge? And I ended up asking that question on 3 separate occasions. So, and I was told, the big red arrow, this is where those houses are going. Now, I'm not a rocket scientist, but I'm pretty good with numbers. And it seemed kind of odd that you fit 600 homes in that area. This is the photo.
Respectfully, Mr. Messina, I did tell you.
Mayor, just let him finish.
Or does he?
Please.
Sure, you
Just give him 2-3 minutes.
certainly.
So with that said, and with that lot identified, I did some homework to see the houses which were within 200 feet of that lot. And I found out that there were 39 Lake Ridge lots that were impacted within that 200 feet. And we surveyed, of the 39, we surveyed 35 of those homes,
And how did you survey that?
face to face.
Fix it.
Phone calls.
And when was this?
This has been happening for the last 2 days.
2 days.
And that came with presentation. Did you receive this letter which states the rezoning? And we, surprisingly, on the area that was pointed to, of the 39 homes, only 4 had received this letter. It seemed odd.
Okay.
So, with that being said, maybe I'm missing something, maybe there's a misunderstanding, but there is another lot of land.
So that's,
Yeah.
you're saying that 35 did not receive
Did
this
not
notice?
receive a letter or a certified letter, but 4 did. Only 4.
Okay.
Well, I know a little bit about that, and that seemed atypical. So with that being said, some residents approached me and said, I live on the other side of that entrance, and I received a certified letter, which pointed to another lot.
The lot that was not going to be
Well,
touched?
now, I'm going to say this. If you mention a lot and block number, that's kind of creepy to me. Okay? And it's in the letter, all the lots and blocks, but the mayor came to me and gave me that picture. Yes
Well,
or no?
Drew gave me the picture, but
Okay.
we did discuss that. It was many lots.
Drew, and
Mr. Messina, don't ask
Okay, fine.
questions yet, just
You don't
make
want
your
to ask
statement. Okay, just
Okay.
finish it.
So, given that the one side of the development did not receive the notification that should happen, started wondering what's going on. So lo and behold, residents started approaching me on the other side of the development, on the other side of the entrance, saying, I received letters. So today, finding this out at 3 o'clock, I campaigned as best as I can, and I found 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9 homes that people were home, that they received certified letters for a different lot and block, a totally different side of the development, not the arrow that was pointed to. It was the other side. And they
Do you
received
know how
letters.
many were within the 200 feet on the other side?
I'm going to quickly say I'm pretty good, at least 25. And I managed to get to 3, 4, 5, as I said, 9 that received letters. So I'm going to say either one of 2 things. Either there's a misunderstanding, which there can always be, okay, granted, or we're developing both sides, or we're looking at the wrong side from the beginning, and the picture that I was given was not of the area that will be developed. The other option is we're developing both sides. of the development entrance. And that was not what we were led to believe. But again, this is in its infancy. And I understand that things can change. There has to be an analysis of the traffic. There has to be an analysis of this, that, and the other. Long story short, I'm hoping this is a misunderstanding, but I'm not getting that vibe.
Okay, thank you. So, my question to the attorney then, was this properly notified? Yes or no?
Mr. Scosi,
Yes.
you know, Robert's rules, so I was, the gentleman spoke about me, he had some questions, I did wait now, and I get the opportunity to respond, and then you could ask the word, but we have to have an opportunity, for rebuttal. So, I did meet with everyone at Lake Ridge, and 30 some odd folks came to the, 2 times, 30 some odd folks did come to the planning board meeting last night. The press was there as well, and Gene Nichols nodded. So I don't want to get into a back and forth. I would really like to just address the points. And as I said then, in both meetings, and what was said at the planning board meeting, is the lots are identified as potential sites. There is no plan for homes at this point in time. There's no design, there's no engineering. It's an opportunity. The council for each one of these sites would later on have to approve them again. I explained that there's always a possibility that someone else purchases the land and that the developer that shows interest doesn't even own the property. He's just expressed interest. And that this is the first stage in the redevelopment plan, right? We say, hey, we have these 3 developers that are willing to fulfill the 183 units. They're willing to do them here, here, and here. We pass the ordinances. The court says, you've complied with your plan, no builder's remedy. Then there's a check in about a year, and then there's another check in 5 years. And all throughout that time period, there are opportunities for amendments. During the last round, we still have developments from the last round that were never completed. They were never completed, they were never built. This is about creating the opportunity in those locations. So it probably, my guess is not that people weren't properly served. My guess is people were served with different lot and block numbers because different lot and block numbers were identified. And if there was improper service, there's recourse for that. There's absolutely recourse for that. But as I said, at this point in time, we go through with our plan, and there are plenty of time, plenty of opportunities for the council to, let's say, even block it. They would have to vote on any agreement and any development plan, so with the Board of Adjustments, so with the Planning Board. This is the first phase. And as far as the service is concerned, I'll now yield my time to the attorney. Mr. Zangaro, are you here to address the service?
Okay, but Mayor, just wait. So the question is that I think he's trying to say, were these property owners, these homeowners, properly served? And if they're not properly served, can this be on the agenda tonight?
Dave,
that's the question.
Dave, not only Dave, but everyone in the audience who we've spoken with extensively understands that there is a hard deadline for the introduction of the plan. And they've all been advised that there are always possibilities that this is not going to be the location. As far as the service and whether or not that impacts this deadline, I yield to Chris Zangaro, who is a very experienced attorney.
Mayor, you have nothing to yield. It's up to the chair.
So, well, then it's up to you if you want the fair share housing attorney to comment on the plan. You make that decision.
First, and he jumped in for you.
I can't tell if you answered or not.
I asked,
Can I
please answer.
We haven't even opened the meeting
No.
properly. We haven't even really properly opened the
You
meeting.
better start for public comment on the ordinances themselves before the second reading.
No, we're asking you a legal question. If these homeowners and these lots were not properly served,
Mr. Zaniaro.
okay, then can it be on the agenda? Can we
Mr.
proceed?
Zaniaro, can you please answer that, because you're the language, No, yes, he is. He's our attorney for this matter. And he is the person with the experience. He is the one that will ensure that we don't do anything improper. Mrs. Zaniaro?
Please go ahead. Just state your name for the record and what you do here, and speak loudly.
I was told last night that I was here before the planning board. I was told I did not speak out loudly enough, so I'll try to correct that tonight. Christopher Zingaro from Reno, Coughlin, and Chelland. We serve as the Township's Affordable Housing Council. It's good to speak back to the council today. I do know that.
Louder, please.
There you go. All right, I'll try to speak a little closer to the mic. So.
Shh, quiet, please, quiet, thank you.
The obligation of the municipality to serve notice does not, the obligation is to serve notice, whether that is municipality's obligation. I'll start there. I do know that the township itself handled an incredible number of notices that went out the door. As for this evening, if there is a notice issue that arises that the township becomes aware of, it certainly has the opportunity to rectify it. I would say that the importance of putting into place ordinances to ensure that you are protected against builder remedy lawsuits. And I want to make one comment on this, if the council would just permit me, just to provide a little context. The importance of having ordinances on the books is that there's a statutory deadline, as I had noted yesterday, sort of running through the process of March 15th. It's not set by the town, it's not set by the court. It's set by the amended Fair Housing Act. It's a statutory requirement. The failure to meet the March 15th statutory deadline means that effective March 16th, a builder could bring a builder remedy lawsuit to evaluate the ordinances that are in place as of the date of their lawsuit is brought. That's just one item I want to just emphasize. That let's say you decide to consider these ordinances a month from now, 2 months from now, and you think, well, at that point, we'll simply have the ordinances in place. Any litigation brought before that date, arguably, the court would say that you evaluate the ordinances that are in effect as of the date of the litigation filing. All that said, if there is a notice issue, we'll review the notice issue, or the township will review it, and there might be an opportunity, a need to address any notice requirements. I can say that the township directly handled an extraordinary number of notices. So I would just say that there could always be an opportunity to rectify any notice.
But at that time, it will be too late. Did the township attorney have something to add?
They're all here, Dave, so that's the other thing. We're talking about notice. I'm sorry to be the captain obvious, but we're talking about notice, and there's 150 people here. Everyone in the community knows it was a
We don't know.
If you're looking for an answer that says they're precluded from doing this, the answer is no.
This is not, listen, I honestly think,
You know the statute right off the top of your head?
we should really go into executive session with the attorneys.
I know that you guys
discuss the whole thing.
have pumped out an incredible amount of misinformation and falsehoods on the law.
Let's not argue, and
You're not.
No, I don't want your opinion
Council,
on that,
Counsel.
on the law.
can
My
we,
opinion on the law is that
Counsel
you
President,
stated a lot of falsehoods.
Such as what?
Mr.
If I could read your statement, then I could go forward.
Mr. Penny, stop.
Stop, please, Council President, can I be recognized? Mr. Iverson, can we just do an executive session real quick? We'll do an executive. You don't notice the residents after the vote. Period. You don't notice the residents after the vote. He wants to vote on this, and then say, we're going to notice right now, just right here. This is your notice. I just want to get into executive. Imploring this attorney to ask for an extension for 6 weeks. Have you applied for the extension yet? For more time. We have 2 councilmen here that are new to the council. I think there would be some, some leeway with the judge. We have 2 new councilmen here that had this dumped in their laps.
Oh, please.
Mr. Penny, can you just let Mr. Zangaro, please? Mr. Zangaro, can you please answer Council Vice President Iverson's questions? And then Mr. Sikosy has agreed that we can go into executive.
Wait a minute. We have another statement, question.
Can we just one answer? Let him answer, Mr. Iverson.
Please proceed.
So first of all, I have in front of me a list of all affordable housing units that was in the back of, I don't know these units or these blocks or lots that any of you guys are talking about to begin with. But I take offense for Penny over there saying, please, when you gave a presentation to us, and I had word-to-word conversation with you, and you told me that we were only talking about 2 lots on Route 9 and 166, and when I got the backup that's sitting right in front of me here, there's 65 acres that were actually being rezoned, and you never mentioned a word to me about that. I take that very offensive.
I would just like to be clear to the folks in Lake Ridge what Council President, Vice President,
Starting the meeting.
Okay.
what Mr. Bencini is referencing is the acreage in the backup plan on Route 9 that we discussed at your meeting. That acreage would be a location, an alternate location for projects that didn't go through. Those are the acres. So if you're thinking he's referencing something to do with Route 70, he's not.
I'm not talking about Route 70, I'm talking about the thing on Route 9.
Yeah,
but if
25.
this gentleman there turned around and said that you might have misled him or misspoke, he misled me and misspoke. It's the same thing.
And do the politics part later.
Oh, yeah. As a compliment. That's why you showed up at my house.
I showed up at your house because you lie and say that no one wants to tell you about this. And you say that no one wants to tell you about this. I'm glad you admitted on the record that I even came to your home to try to educate you.
So, listen.
I understand that Lake Ridge is very upset. We all understand that Lake Ridge is very upset, but the council needs to discuss the affordable housing plan.
No, wait. So, I want to explain to everybody how we got to this point, okay? 2 weeks ago, on Wednesday, the mayor asked for an executive session, okay? And just remember, everything, the last meeting in December was, we voted on the affordable housing ordinance, and he said, this is the best deal, I got this, we did that. And against my better judgment, I went with the mayor on this, just thinking if we saved 1 acre, 1 house, it was a good deal for Toms River. Then 2 weeks ago, in the executive session, we go in, and there's 300-400 pages of ordinances already.
Listen, let me tell you.
Be quiet. I'm not discussing what's in there or what was on that. So it's already prepared for us, and I'm like, what's this? And then everybody knows why we're here, because a so-called builder pulled out of the agreement and left a big mess for the town. But we were never part of, we heard rumors, Tom and I did, but we were never part of this negotiation or any information, zero. And it just turns so ugly what happened on this. It's not our fault, it's the mayor's fault why this deal
Okay, well, what I will say to the press is that I will share, what I will say to the press is that I will share all of the text messages and all of my phone records
It's not your
that have been
meeting.
ignored for
It's
3
not
months.
your meeting.
That have been
If
ignored
I
for
can't call out, neither
All right,
can you.
please,
It's
that have
not
been
your
ignored.
be
meeting.
quiet.
that have been ignored for 3 months. I'll share all of my phone records and all of the text messages. As one councilman has already noted, I even went to their homes. Because they did not answer. And what is going on right now, sir, is incredibly dangerous. You were just advised about the builder's remedy. And I know the people in Lake Ridge don't care right now, but the people in the rest of this town care. And if they're screaming, I'm going to just ask that the police please take care of that and ask these folks to stop screaming, because we have to all...
We're doing the same thing you're doing.
Everyone
We're doing the
has to have
same
the ability
thing
to
you're
speak.
doing.
And this is getting to be like...
If the police want to get involved, that's called selective
where no
enforcement.
one wants to hear the other side speak. When the other side speaks, people yell and they scream, and no one can talk to anyone anymore, and it's very disappointing.
It's not your meeting.
It's very disappointing.
It's not your meeting.
5-minute recess.
Okay. Actually, can we just do the executive session?
No, recess.
We
said
don't
no.
want to be advised by
You
the
said
attorney.
no.
All right, and make sure the
We don't want to be advised by the attorney. Dave, you gotta talk to the attorney.
You have to vote on it.
You gotta talk to the attorney, Dave.
Motion for recess.
A second?
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? One opposed?
So
Ayes have it.
what is the recess supposed to do at this point in time, Dave? What's it supposed to do? You gotta go to executive session. There's an attorney here billing by the hour.
That's your attorney.
No, your attorney, Dave. You guys,
I said turn the mics off.
no one turns the mics off here.
All right, well, by the police chief, he wants them off to protect you.
No one turns the mics off. No one turns the mics off because it's America and everybody's allowed to speak, even when you disagree.
Where's the list? Where's the return slips? Where's the return slips?
Procedural question.
I was waiting for you to send me the video. Oh, okay, yeah. This is
You're joking. Huh? Yeah. That's right. I deal with my consequences. I'm your witness.
I need a motion to call the meeting back to order. By Robert Bianchini, a second.
Second.
By Councilman Bradley. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay. I need a motion to go into executive session. Is there a second?
Can I, point of order, should we wait for Councilwoman O'Toole?
Yeah, we don't have everybody back.
No, the meeting's in order. Is there a second?
You can't do that, Dave.
Hearing,
Hold on.
You can't do that, Dave.
Councilwoman O'Toole's right here, Councilman Coleman seconded it, I heard.
Okay.
So this is a motion to enter into executive session that was made by Councilman Neighbor, seconded by Councilman Coleman. Councilman Neighbor? To enter executive session, yes. Councilman Coleman? Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson?
Yes.
Council President Sikosi?
Yes. Did you call Councilwoman O'Toole? I didn't hear her.
You were first, and then Councilwoman O'Toole. Your vote, Councilwoman, yes?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. We'll try to be fast.
You're on tape. You're on tape, Tom, and I'll give it to the press. I'll give it to the press. All the nasty, horrible things you just said to an 82-year-old woman. I taped the whole thing. Go ahead, and I'll give it to the press. Okay, just behave yourself before we have to call the cops on you. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. Behave yourself. This is identity. This is identity politics at its worst. Let's have the meeting and vote. They're going to vote it down, because they're not afraid of the builder's remedy, and while the folks in Lake Ridge are going to have a round of applause, the rest of the town is going to be so upset. But that's okay. Go ahead. Go ahead, let's move on with the meeting.
It doesn't exist to me.
It's okay, Lyndon. The people of the community will know what happened. And don't get yourself upset. His behavior is just completely inappropriate. Just sit down, it's okay. I know. I'm sorry that happened to you. I'm sorry that happened to you. Yeah, you're so compassionate. Take a seat. It's okay. I know, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Yeah. I'm sorry that happened to
I need a motion to come out of executive session, please.
Make a motion.
A second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Before we start on the agenda again, Councilman Vice Chair Iverson has a statement to read.
First, I have to clarify for the record that I'm not in favor of any more building, let alone the 8,000 units like Roger put out in another one of his desperate lie-filled letters to the public with all my personal information in it, when he knows all of our town phone numbers were included with all of our townsmen. This is a sign of a desperate pathological liar who feels threatened. I I ran on a stop the building platform. Our infrastructure can't handle any more pressure. Roderick ran on the same platform. So far, he's managed to stop the animal shelter, the Code Blue shelter. He's now running the police department with no law enforcement experience. Morale is low, and we're down 20 to 40 patrolmen. But the most egregious act he has perpetrated to date was closing the Sultan First Aid. There's a fleet of state-of-the-art four-wheel drive ambulances ready to roll on a moment's notice.
Still at 750,000.
Countless calls have gone unanswered, and the response times greatly increased. This is unconscionable.
Why?
But he has not stopped the building even a little bit. He hasn't even slowed it down. He likes to muddy the waters with his last-minute, lie-filled press releases to make himself look like the savior of the town. The people who have the facts can see you for the despicable sociopath you are. Keep up the good work. Now he's threatening to take the council's benefits if we limit the use of his township vehicle. Just limit the use to town business, not take it away. Not for commuting to his real fake job. Despicable again. Every town has an affordable housing mandate, but we need to find the most agreeable and practical location with the least impact to the general public, along with public transportation. There is none on the Route 70 corridor, and the intersection of Massachusetts is one of the most dangerous in the state. Roger brought us into this mess. He needs to get us out. He's looking for a scapegoat. Thank you.
Anyone else? Mayor, would you like to respond?
Yes, I would like to respond. But if you're not going to ask, I would appreciate it. I would like the opportunity, it is still America, to respond without folks yelling from the back. I think when we were at Lake Ridge, it was very orderly, but I'm sure as the folks who are here from Lake Ridge now see that we do have about 15 or so people who come to explain. So, I had the Lake Ridge meeting, the one with the board, the one with the council, at the planning board hearing, as well as to the press, as well as to numerous attempts to the council and the public. We've explained that today is the 15th is the statutory deadline to have a plan submitted. We have a very good plan. There are 183 units of new construction. The state initially wanted us to do 1,700 units, over 1,000 or 1,100 for the gap period, 683 units for the fourth round. We negotiated and we got creative, and we restricted deeds on pre-existing units for another 30 years, hundreds of them, to stop overdevelopment and still fulfill our obligation to provide affordable housing. It was a very creative solution that no one else had done, and we reduced our total new construction number to 186. Sadly, tonight, I fear that this council is going to vote down the ordinances that we need to show the court that we are prepared to go forward and effectuate the plan. If that happens, we could face builder's remedy for the entire number, the gap, and the 683 units. And as you know, or may not know, according to what I've read and been presented by the attorneys, it would be built anywhere from 15 to 20% affordable, 80% to 85% market rate. So you'd be talking about the potential of 8,000 units across this town. Here's the scariest part about it, is under builder's remedy. You don't go before the planning board, you don't go before our zoning board, you don't have to pay attention to setbacks or anything like that. So if we were subject to builder's remedy, every lot you could build on and build multifamily high density on if you were going to provide an affordable component. That means the very lots that everyone here from Lake Ridge is here about, those very lots, after the 15th of the month, would be fair game Anybody could build whatever they wanted, as long as they provide an affordable component. It would be devastating for our community. People would pour into Toms River if we had 8,000 additional apartments. If you had 4 or 5 people in a household, you'd be talking about 40,000 new residents. Think about what that would do to taxes, our public schools, the transportation budget. It would be devastating. It would totally eliminate the small town feel that we've all come to love about Toms River. And again, I notice it's not really the folks from Lake Ridge yelling, but it's the usual suspects.
Is that all, Mayor?
No, one last thing I would just ask is that our affordable housing attorney, who was not provided the opportunity to speak in executive session, I would just ask him to just put on the record whether or not there's anything that I said here that was inaccurate, sir.
Okay.
That would be it, though. That would be all. Mrs. Zangaro, would you mind?
Go
And
ahead.
then we could cast the votes. Who cast the votes at that point?
Right. All right, but we just have
Yeah, I
a
just,
question here.
well, can you just answer mine first?
We have no question.
You yielded the floor to me, sir. Can, Mrs. Zangaro, can you
No,
please?
no, he has one question from your statement.
Yeah, but you yielded.
This is the letter, Mayor Ron
Yielded
put out
him.
about us 4 right here. And I'd like to ask him, who have we pledged to? Certain members of our community we have pledged to,
Well,
that our team will vote down his plan. I want to know who
I
that
want to
was.
see your votes.
We're not aware of who we pledged that.
Go ahead, Mrs.
Who
Zangaro.
do
Can
we
you
pledge
please?
to?
Go ahead, Mrs.
Can you
Zangaro.
answer that,
Let
Dan?
the record
You wrote
state
this letter, Dan.
no answer from the mayor.
You wrote this letter, Dan. Who do we
Mrs. Zangaro.
pledge? Who do we pledge our
Mr.
allegiance to?
Zangaro.
No, not him. I'm asking you.
Mrs. Zangaro.
You penned this letter.
No, we're not talking about the letter. We're
Yeah, we're
trying
talking
to.
about the letter right now.
Those of us
The
who
one
are here
that, one
who
that
are
I'm in favor of
concerned and
8,000 units.
understand. I'm sorry that this goes on all the time. I just would really like the attorney, let the attorney address.
Can he answer the
The
question?
attorney needs to address whether or not anything I said about the builder's remedy is accurate, and then I'll let it to your question.
Nobody's disputing
Go ahead.
that. Nobody's disputing that.
Go ahead, Mr. Zangaro.
Go ahead, speak up, do your best.
Thank you. Just one item. Let me just run through just a few points.
Well, you'll hear if you stop yelling at him and speak up. Come on, please do. Oh, God, go ahead.
Council President, so I just want to run through a few elements of where we're at in this process. Good. I just want to run through a few elements. Is that any better?
Then you're yelling at your kids.
Sounds good. All right, so I want to run through a few items to help understand, provide some context as to how we got here. And when I say we, I mean the process, the township, the plan. Because I want to identify one aspect, and I don't want there to be I don't want there to be something lost as to what is different about the plan today than from December 2025. And just I'm going to run through the process, if I can use this time, just so that the members of the public understand the way this process played out, like every other municipality in the state. Let me start with January 2025. There is a start of a timeline for municipalities to establish their fair share obligations and to come up with a plan. In June 2025, the planning board voted to present a plan to the program, this Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program, for review to see if it met the township's constitutional obligations. In June of 2025, a clock starts for challengers to challenge that program. Developers, nonprofit groups. At that point, the township began a process of trying to identify a compliance plan that could shield ourselves from those challengers and get ourselves to this deadline of March 2025. A settlement agreement was presented to the council in December 2025 that included, and I want to make sure this is clear, that it included the Route 70 portion, the Route 70 project. The charts that were included in that housing element and fair share plan, in that settlement agreement, identified that there was a set-aside requirement that this was an inclusionary project. The way the law is set up is it requires that a municipality reach a settlement and then adopt an amended housing element and fair share plan that puts into place as a policy document the plan, the amended structure. So in December 2025, after months of negotiation, the township could have just said, all right, we'll do whatever you want. They didn't. They stood their ground against Fair Share Housing Center, they stood their ground against developers, and they came out with an alternate plan. The way the law works is that once you reach a settlement, you have a very short amount of time to put into place the ordinances. Now this is unusual. Typically, in prior housing rounds, municipalities could have a year, could have maybe a few months. Usually you have an incredible amount of time to put into place those ordinances. What the state did in enacting the new law was it gave municipalities 3 months. March 2025, March 15th. So that the period ran from December 31st to March 15th. Okay, that done.
So I just want to state for the record, myself, I don't want to speak for Councilman Nivison or Councilman Jim Quinsley. We were never privy to this information or brought on board, and I had no clue of this starting in June. I was never brought on board because everyone figured I was on my way out after I won the primary. So, and the first time that I ever met you, I think, was back in December.
I think I should, if you don't mind. So my response.
Okay.
I want to clarify for one reason.
And then
I take my responsibilities as an attorney very seriously.
And then 2 weeks ago was this gigantic mess plopped on the table and said, here it is, you got to go for it, otherwise you're going to kill Toms River and the whole bit. And that's how we got here, because it blew up in the mayor's face. Not anything that we did wrong.
You voted for it.
It's the mayor.
Every step of the way you voted for it.
Yeah.
So what I want to close and identify is not only the unusual amount of time that municipalities were left this time around. When I say this time around, I meant the fourth round. The statute completely changed the game on municipalities and gave them this winter to come up with ordinances. They came up with ordinances to present them to a planning board for consistency, which happened last night, to then present them for second reading and submit them. It's a very unusual schedule. It has not existed in the past. The one item I want to just say is that in December 2025, I was here before the council, and we identified that there had to be an enactment of ordinances that carried out the settlement agreement and the settlement structure before March 15th. I just want to make that clear that that Route 70 was a project that was in place in that settlement agreement that was approved by the Township Council. I just want to make that one part clear. As to builder remedies, as I stated before, builder remedies are assessed based on the time litigation is brought. The other item I just want to identify is that it is true that there was a mechanism that might fall through. And to protect the township against that possibility, there was an alternative proposal, which was a 100% affordable housing project on 2 parcels. That was always very clear that the project was a 100% on 2 parcels. And that was the alternative structure that would provide some backup for the township's plan. I just want to put those on the record, but the statutory deadline is it's considerable, it's unusual this year, not because of municipalities, not because of courts, but because of the legislation that was adopted. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them. Thank you for your time.
Okay.
You want to move to public comment, introduce the ordinance, move to
We
public
have
comment?
council questions first, then public, please. Thank you.
So when I did talk to you in
Speak up,
executive session, it
Into
was,
the microphone.
we did talk at length in executive session, and I asked you a lot of different questions, and you did mention that there was 2 pieces of parcel that the township owned, okay? And I agree with that there, but you also explained that those 2 pieces of parcel that you represented was, I believe you or the mayor said it was going to be a bargaining chip to call Hope's Crossings bluff. That's what it was. It wasn't because you were still trying, not you or the town, but they were still trying to get across the finish line with Hope's Crossing, which I was all in favor for. And the only reason that we actually even entertained that was to give another 2 weeks for everybody to keep moving forward. And I will tell you this, I know government doesn't work efficient, but I guarantee you that if, on March 15th, if we came up with a nice proposal and said, look, if we have this thing 90% across the finish line, and we need another 145 units, they will work with us. They're not gonna hit us over the head. I don't wanna keep thinking that everybody has to say, oh my God, Robert, the end of the world's coming. It's not coming. You know that. You will be the representative and say, listen, Your Honor, we have this little proposal. We're still working on this. We're 99.9% of the way. Listen, we have to be honest with the people that we're dealing with. I'm not going to do anything knee-jerk reaction because I've only been on the council for 2 months and I listened to you. I think you're an intelligent man. You weren't BSing anybody, but the bottom line is that I read through the documents. I didn't have any of that stuff. I saw the package. You had 8 to 10 inches of stuff. And I told you, I said, that would take me a week and a half to read and to comprehend it, and I know what I'm reading. I said, but I will tell you, it went back, just like you said, last January and this and that. And my point being that if we had a mayor that was here working full-time, 40 hours a week or 35 hours a week, he would be able to do his job in town, making sure that all of these things would come to fruition that he's putting out there. Not doing everything on a text phone, not doing all that stuff. I'm tired of everybody having to do everything at 5 o'clock at night, 6 o'clock in the morning. Listen, this is government. We work from 9 to 4:30, okay? Most businesses want to deal with us and they want to work. And there's a lot more opportunity in Toms River other than Hope's Crossing. There's a brand new place that's on Route 9 that's being built, which you're not aware of, I don't think. But I don't know what that's being built. There's other places, Cedar Valley's got some lots, we might be able to purchase. I mean, there's other alternatives. If we go to the state and we say, listen, 90% of it's done, we got to work a little bit harder, we're on board with it. We don't want nobody to build any more houses than we have to come up with a reasonable, but I'm telling you right now, giving away public property that was bought to preserve for land preservation is setting a precedent that I will never, as far as I'm concerned,
We didn't sell land to anyone, Mr. Bianchi.
No, but, okay.
This is important, he did finish. It is important, you can't lie to the public, okay? We didn't sell any land. We didn't sell, there's nothing on the agenda here sells any land to anyone.
Okay.
And the
Mayor, what did the
Yeah,
planning
that's the
board
real problem in
propose
urban
next?
areas. Nobody else gets it.
Changing commercial zoning.
Why don't you
to,
just move the ordinance, let the public speak, because you're never gonna let me speak. Just move the ordinance.
It's not your turn to speak. I give you plenty opportunity. So respect everybody else, please. Anyone else on council have a comment?
I just would like him to answer. Councilman Bianchini and Iverson have pledged to certain members of our community, and we sold out to the developers. Who are you talking about?
Okay.
You wrote this
Are you
letter.
gonna let me speak? Because
Yeah.
I will answer you,
I'd
but
like that answer.
Please.
you're good?
Yes.
You're gonna let me speak fully? You see, that's the real problem, so I'll answer, but are we going to let me answer?
We're waiting.
You, first of all, you did pledge to Lake Ridge that you would vote this down. That's why they're here tonight. You went there and pledged you would vote it down. Secondly,
Did I pledge? Leverage is here. Did I pledge that I would vote this way?
listen, I'm done with the political games where you're trying to appeal to 100 people. You're trying to appeal
in politics.
You're trying to appeal to 100 people. And
You
you're
came
supposed
to my house every weekend begging me to get into politics. I don't want to be in politics. Do you think I need this? I could be in my greenhouse right now.
I honestly wonder if you take a big fan of money and how much is in it. That's what I want.
Now, did you answer the question?
No, I didn't get an opportunity.
Okay, well, you said one part, finish it up, please.
Who did we sell out to? What developer?
Is that a second question?
That was part of the first.
That's the second question. So you sold out the day that you voted against the repeal of the downtown redevelopment plan, which we just lost in court because of the fifth vote. That was the day you sold out.
You would have lost.
And I still
That was
wonder.
lost. I said that was lost the first time you brought it up. I said, you think you're gonna
You
stop
voted
this?
against it. You said you were against the downtown redevelopment, and you voted against the repeal. That was the day that I knew for sure that you really did sell out the
We
development.
gave away a $5 million grant through the master
What are
plan.
you talking about?
What am I talking? You know what I'm talking
No,
about.
I don't. You just yelled
All right,
because you have
we're not
15
gonna
or
go back
20
and
people
forth.
who are going to
Mayor, please finish it up.
I'm satisfied with the
Finish
answer.
it.
Thank you.
No, he doesn't want the answer.
All right, go ahead.
He doesn't want to talk about the votes.
We can talk about it.
And you're going to vote tonight
That's
in
you.
a manner that is going to force us,
I'm not.
you're going to force us into a,
The
I hope.
only, the only
We'll
votes
find
you
out.
know about
We'll
was the
find
puppets
out.
that we already have in
This is already 8 o'clock at night. Are you going to move the ordinance and go to public comment? Wait.
Any other council?
It's an hour and a half into the meeting. Are you going to move the ordinance?
So,
And
I
you
also
notice,
wanted
it's not like
to say
Ridge yelling, will you
something.
shut up? It's your 12 club members in the back of this room.
Mayor, please. There's a lot of innuendos going back and forth, but I want everyone to remember how the mayor got here. What was his platform? Stop the Lakewood style development. Does everybody remember all the ugly flyers that went out? Okay? All right. And secondly, more importantly, last May, the last council meeting, we only had one a month at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and usually it wasn't publicized on the website. You know, the extension cord was pulled out, or the microphones were silenced, or whatever reason, or we were locked out of town hall. But he made a prediction and belittled Councilman Quisling on Ward 3, and he stated, you're not even going to get 12% of the vote in the primary. You're done, you're out, you're finished. Now, his prediction was like almost 100% accurate. So how would he know that? How would he know
For the
that?
same reason that I know right
I'm
now that you
speaking.
are never going to get reelected if you
So-
vote this down. Same reason I know that.
So,
You will never be reelected if you vote this down because you are destroying our town, Dave.
all right.
You want to stop the show, stop the show and move the ordinances. Stop the show and move the ordinances. Satisfy these people that are here, vote the ordinances down, Dave. Dave, move
Councilman
the
Haber
ordinance.
won, not
Move
losing
the
charisma, not on knocking doors,
Move
not
the
on
ordinance.
anything.
Move the
He
ordinance.
won on the block voting.
Oh, no.
He won
Move the
on block
ordinance.
voting.
Move the ordinance.
So,
Move the ordinance, Dave. Move the ordinance.
this is bad. This is his
Dave,
law,
move the
this is
ordinance.
his fight. Okay. All right, so now we're gonna move on to
Okay, here
public
we go.
comment on number 8. Please come forward.
Council President, point of order, point of order, we need to still vote on the executive session minutes.
Okay,
We need a first and a second, please.
for
To vote.
last month's.
Yes, for
last
February
meeting.
25th.
Okay, I need a motion for,
Motion for the minutes.
okay, is there a second? All in favor? Aye.
Wait, we have to do a roll
Roll
call.
call? Okay, please do roll call.
Councilwoman O'Toole,
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini,
Yes.
Councilman Bradley,
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson,
Yes.
Council President Sikosi,
Yes.
Councilman Coleman, and Councilman Abel.
Good thing. All right, so now we're going to proceed to
Yes, now we're
public
on,
comment.
now we're on item 8. I'm gonna read it into the record. Ordinance Item 8 is an ordinance implementing site-specific and area-specific zoning provisions to effectuate the Township of Toms River's fourth round housing element and fair share plan as amended by the settlement structure approved through the Affordable Housing Dispute Resolution Program. This is a final reading.
State your first and spell your last name for the record, please. And then if you live in Toms River, you need your address.
Dennis Galanti, 1149 Cherokee Court, Toms River, New Jersey. Everything you're doing this evening is irrelevant and is probably illegal. Okay, a question was posed to the township attorney about the notice. The question was not answered. That was referred to the fair housing attorney, which it didn't belong there. It was procedural. It was procedural, right? Now, I posed the question, and I use ChatGPT all the time. And the question was, if the township wants to rezone a property to be used, owned by the township open space, and used for affordable housing, does that negate the requirement for public notice within 200 feet? The answer to that is no. The fact that the township owns a property or intends to use for open space or affordable housing does not eliminate the public notice requirement in most situations under state law. If you'd like the statute, which I don't know why you couldn't look it up, but it states the controlling law of New Jersey Municipal Land Use Law, MLUL, specifically NJSA 40:55D-12, which governs public notice for land use hearings. And I won't go any further than that, but that's what it is. So, as far as I'm concerned, this is illegal and you shouldn't even proceed. And I'm sorry about your timeline. I don't know how that ever happened or why it happened, but I don't think you should proceed. I don't know what you're going to do, but I think you should close this meeting.
Yes, sir. State your first name, your last name, and if you live in Toms River.
Carlos Hammond-Sark, Winterham.
Okay. This is on ordinance number 8, okay?
I understand we got a deadline. We got a few more days to go for that deadline. I believe our attorneys, they got a lot of work to get done. There has to be a secondary solution that we all agreed on. It's time to put that overtime, guys. So far, half the meeting, we look like foolish, fighting between each other, instead of making a solution for our town. So, I'm tired. I've done 1,000 meetings with you guys, and it's the same thing. Right now, we are all over New Jersey looking like a fool because we can't come to an agreement to help everyone in our town. Our mayor, he didn't think this through. I understand that. His solution, we're not agreeing with him.
All right, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. Do you think that we should be part of the discussion,
Yes,
negotiation? Okay, thank you.
All you guys are there to represent us. If you guys are not representing everyone, and you guys just representing one group, you guys are not leaders. You guys are packaging your pockets. So, once again, guys, I'm not the smartest guy in this room. I'm not the best well-spoken in this room. But I keep telling you guys, find a different solution. I've been under pressure, and I made a different solution to those situations. This is one of those situations that, if you guys are really leaders, you guys are going to find a solution in 4 days.
Can I speak about the alternate claim?
No, sir.
Okay, no,
let him finish.
So, you are under the gun because you don't, I understand your job. The gentleman over there, I understand his job. But he's very smart. Well, I wish he was here so I could tell him. You know, find another way.
Okay, and that's what we're trying to do. Thank you, Carlos.
Once again,
Thank you. State your name, please, for the record.
Phil Blaine, 79 Holly Tree Lane. Can you hear me? Everyone hear me?
Okay, and this is on number 8.
This is on number 8, and I apologize for my appearance tonight, Council President. I came straight from the field. No disrespect. I'm here to oppose the change that's outlined in Exhibit C of this ordinance that would create the NF18 zone for these affordable housing units. Let me be clear at the start. I understand the state mandate. I understand the township has to address affordable housing. I understand there has to be work, plans, legal review, and negotiations behind this ordinance. I'm not standing here pretending that those things do not exist. This ordinance in itself, the ordinance itself says Exhibit C would create a multifamily zone for an exclusionary project generating 134 affordable housing units. It doesn't say that'll equal somewhere around 700 total units. It's 671 now. What I do not understand is this. When the residents of Toms River come together and say, we do not like this, or no, this is not right for our town, we are ignored. This is not part of people, people are tired. Residents show up, they speak, they vote, and still the message from leadership seems to be, thank you very much for your comments, let's move aside and we're going to do what we want to do. This is not representation, this is not listening, this is not leadership. If the council truly believes in serving the public, then stop fighting the residents and voters of this town and let's start working together. And I wanted to address Mayor Roderick, please extend this to him, or you can watch it on TV later, directly through his own past words. In 2018, when he was a councilman, he publicly called for Toms River to ban future multifamily housing projects. The past reported that he said Toms River would eliminate multifamily zoning, and that residents have spoken on this issue, and it's time to put an end to multifamily development here in Toms River. So my simple question is, what's changed? Back then, it was politically useful. The message was the residents have spoken, and now we're ignored. No, we have every right to remind the mayor that this is what we were asking for, because this is why he was elected. If Mayor Roderick meant what he said in 2018, then we should not be ignored for any concerns. And if he no longer believes what he said, then he owes the township and the residents an understanding of why he's changed for the affordable housing plan. Because right now, it looks like the mayor wants credits for opposing overdevelopment in the past while staying quiet now as it advances. This is why I'm asking the council tonight to vote no and go back to the drawing board with the experts, with the mayor, and hit the streets and get working. Do not tell us there is only one way. Do not tell us public opposition does not matter. Do not tell us that it's settled when the people who live here are telling you to go fix it. And I also want to ask about credits and alternatives. The township's adopted housing element and fair share plan says the township believes it can satisfy its fourth round obligations through the mechanisms it's elected, and specifically says some developer proposals reviewed and not chosen by the township determined that they were not required to satisfy the fair share obligation. If this is true, then residents deserve a full public explanation as to why these alternatives were not chosen, what credits may have been available, and why the NF18 overlay is the answer tonight. There has also been public reporting on the proposed 14-person family and pregnant woman shelter that's on the zoning board agenda tomorrow night. I don't know much about it. Well, I don't know much about how this works, but it's my understanding there could be credits received from this facility that could be added to the affordable housing plan. It's not a new construction. Tonight, I ask you to very simply listen to the people, respect the residents who showed up, respect the voters who put you here. Stop pushing everything past us. Let's go back to court, let's go back to the drawing board, and let's go back to these developers. Each of you were elected to represent the people of Toms River, not to wear our opposition down until we give up. Thank you.
Would you like me to address that one item concerning other
No,
developer proposals?
we're on public comment.
Do you see how they don't want to actually talk about these?
Listen, this is the last time. If you don't address the chair, not me, that you have something to say, instead of jumping in, just get up and sit down there. And if we need you, I'll call you. Otherwise, you're here as a guest also. Okay, thank you. Yes, ma'am. State your first and spell your last name for the record.
Maria Lee, L-E-E. I'm a Lake Ridge resident.
And I just want to say, I came to the last night's planning board meeting. At last night's meeting, a gentleman who I found out tonight identified as Mr. Pasquarella. He was sitting in that first seat over here. And that this, I think this is very important. After the public portion of the questioning from the audience started a deranged screaming at the audience that came here, telling us that the state of New Jersey is to blame for all of this mess, not Toms River, and that the affordable housing situation is not their fault. He screamed at us that we should shut up and get used to the fact that this is New Jersey, and I'm quoting right now, that if you have money and live comfortably, the poor will come after you and you will be paying for them, that someday they will kick you out of your bedroom and you will be sleeping on the couch. And these people that are here can confirm that. I think this gentleman needs to be censored for his comments.
Okay. So do you know the background of Mr. Pasquarella?
I do not.
He's the township prosecutor at the municipal court, okay? His son was the township attorney here for 2 years, and his wife was on the school board, but she recently resigned, and his son resigned and left here also. So I just want to leave it at that and just connect the dots, okay?
Okay. So in addition to this, Mayor Roderick paid us a visit at Lake Ridge, not to inform us or answer our questions, but to pat himself on the back for his victory, which is not a done deal from everything that we've heard. To scare tactics to the room of Toms River seniors that calamity will befall Toms River due to the builder's remedy, that 8,000 units that are bandied about all the time will be built instead of the 134 in the plan. And we, the residents of Lake Ridge, would be the cause of the demise of the entire township due to our agitation and uneducated objections. He also did not and could not answer questions. I tried to pose 3 questions that were yes or no answers. I did not get those. Other people asked questions. He either did not know the answers or whatever. The imperfect mechanism that is the Mount Laurel Doctrine has been in place for over 50 years. It's put many communities in New Jersey in a difficulty to fulfill the law. And we, obviously, you folks know that, we know that. Previous administrations in Toms River perhaps have been slow in complying and trying to find solutions. That doesn't mean that a 925 home community that is Lake Ridge should be saddled with the unbearable, unsafe, and unrealistic burden of a 670 unit development on what has become the 3rd most deadly intersection in New Jersey. So I oppose this.
Mrs. Lee, thank you so much for coming. You're very eloquent. Thank you. Thank you. State your name and
300 Woodview Court, Toms River, New Jersey.
okay. So if some people in the audience don't know, this is our the previous mayor here, Mo Hill.
I guess the history of affordable housing.
Speak up, sir, into the microphone. Thank you.
The history of affordable housing is checkered at best. We have been sued by Fair Share Housing in rounds 1, 2, and 3. They always come in with 2,000 units, and I don't know where they're going to build them, but Toms River has done more than 90% of the towns in this state when it comes to affordable housing. Sir, our co-attorney, where do you live? Do you live in Ocean County?
You don't have to answer if you don't want to. Okay, he doesn't want to answer.
lifelong New Jersey and who's lived in North and Central, and now I live further south from that. But I know I'm a resident of lifelong Jersey.
All right, here are some of the facts. We have 350,000 people that live in 3 towns in the northern section of this county. They are serviced by state highways that are single lane, 88, 9, and 7. There's no infrastructure for this. You're talking about 8,000 units. Where are you going to put them? Now, we're left with commuting on the Garden State Parkway. Ocean County and Monmouth County have the most exit ramp tolls and barrier tolls of any 2 counties in the state, more than any of the other counties, in just those 2 counties. So, we don't have the infrastructure. When it comes to school funding, we're given the short end of the stick. So you're going to put more 8,000 units in here with people, and you're cutting the school funding.
Well, that's what we're trying to avoid, 8,000 units. That's the whole
Sir,
point.
please, please,
Where are you
you're
going
not up here to make comments. You're only, go sit, get out of the chair. Get out of the chair. And be quiet. Last warning. You don't speak out of turn. You didn't ask you. And you address the chair, not me. You say, Chair, may I speak? And then I say yes or no.
We're trying to avoid 8,000 units. I don't know how you're stating that.
All right, but you asked the chair first.
Sorry, Chairman.
Thank you.
I'm going to ask that you consider there's 240 units at Sebagaibi that the state controls. The DEP says it's clean. Why not put it out there on 37? You've got a 6-lane highway. You've got no houses.
Because I want to interrupt you, Mayor, because we're not brought into this. Because we're never brought into any discussion. Okay? So that answers your question. Proceed.
We were not included in discussions on Sebagaibi. That decision was passed by DEP and shut down off the road. There's 240 acres out there, split it in half, that's 120 acres. Build your affordable housing out there. You already have the road infrastructure. You don't have it on 9, you don't have it on Massachusetts, and you don't have it on state.
Okay, refresh everyone's memory the first year that you were in office. What happened? What was that number? 17 million?
Well, we got to receive a guidance. We have to pay 17 million in a settlement.
And what was that settlement?
The settlement was that they were over-assessed for the property.
After they poisoned us.
They said it was...
After they poisoned
Correct.
and killed people in this town.
But the DEP controls that site. So why not designate that as one of your sites for affordable housing?
I say and reiterate again, would you put a house there?
Why don't we build your house?
Your state, the state says it's clean.
You had a cancer cluster there where kids
All right,
died.
you're out of order, Councilwoman O'Toole, please.
Excuse me.
Just say if you have a question, I'll turn it over to you.
I would like to ask the gentleman a question if you would.
Okay, go ahead.
We had a cancer cluster there. There were children that died. DEP came in and cleaned it up. So cool. Did anybody have a second opinion, a third opinion as to what that land wasn't good,
I can tell you that the
sustained
state
or
of
not?
New Jersey-
And I asked you, would you build your
The
house
state of
there?
New Jersey has determined that the 240 acres out there are
Okay,
clean.
would you build your house there? Would you put your grandchildren there in your house on that property?
We're trying to look for an alternative.
All you do, all you
An
do,
alternative sites.
all you're doing is laughing. All you're doing is laughing. You
Okay.
haven't answered the question. Would you? Would you? No answer.
I don't qualify for affordable housing.
I rest my
I don't
case.
qualify for
All right.
affordable
I
All right.
rest my case. You
Finish
said
up,
nothing.
please. Finish up.
Have you also considered pilots with boats crossing? If they've been here for 30 years, they'll probably pay their mortgage off. If you could sweeten the deal with the taxes with pilots, you may be able to get them back into the fold.
I don't know if that's been discussed. We're
I
not
would
privy to
suggest it
that.
as an option.
That's the affordable housing.
Yes.
Also, Mo, one last thing that I wanted to reiterate that on, that isn't a viable spot there, because right across the street, you have seniors that live in the retirement village over there, as well as You have a back exit there on Oak Ridge Parkway. You have Route 37. There is a lot of that area that was never touched.
The area off Oak Ridge Parkway is not going to be developed. The area that's going to be developed is west of it.
Right, but I'm saying that there is alternative sites.
The senior community out there is buffered by probably 500 feet.
Yes, no, there's an alternative. It's a plan we have to come up
It's on the
with.
other side.
All right, okay, thank you. Next, please. State your first and last name, please.
My name is Louise Smith, S-M-I-T-H. I live at 2639 Falcon Lane in Lake Ridge. Just a few comments, observations, especially...
Well, this is questions on ordinance number 8. Okay? So, just keep it brief though, but it's not the right time right now.
Okay.
If you have comments, you can make it later on in the meeting.
So,
You can have 6 influences talking about it.
Okay, all right.
it was really, my husband and I were here last night for the planning meeting, along with many of our Lake Ridge neighbors. Thank you. And so my question really is pointed to Mayor Roderick with all respect. We listened carefully to the presentations at the start of the meeting, and then to the comments and concerns of residents in our community, as well as others. We all have a vested interest in what happens with the housing, and we all understand the state mandates. But at some point during the meeting last night, during the audience part, my husband got a text from you, Mayor Roderick, and I quote, "This is Mayor Roderick. Toms River is in big trouble, and I need your help." And along with that came the letter that I believe Councilman Nivison was talking about. Along with that, a letter to fellow residents about how Councilman Bianchini, Nivison, Sikosi, and Bradley are about to force our township into a disastrous situation. A little further on, this is what happens if my, all uppercase, plan does not, all uppercase, pass. I guess my question is, we were all very concerned, Toms River residents here, expressing our concerns, asking questions. Probably many of them voted for you, Mayor Roderick. And it just seemed that when this came out in the middle of the meeting, the disrespect and the disinterest was just, it really struck a chord. It seemed like it was all just for your personal gain. And so it seemed to be a very desperate kind of tactic. And I don't understand why it had to be, or how it got pushed out through the middle of the meeting. It couldn't have waited till afterwards or this morning.
He does everything like that.
Did you want me to respond?
All right.
And is there?
No.
All right. He won't let
Just
me
finish
respond.
up. Just
Yes,
finish
I
up.
am finished.
I'm very sorry.
Thank you for listening.
I don't get an opportunity to speak.
All of you for working together.
Okay, thank you. Come forward, state your first name and last name, please. Get closer to the microphone.
Rivka Rappaport, Rapaport.
Okay.
I live at 96 Riverwood Drive, and as of yesterday, this was the first I heard of this, so I'm responding just to the first gentleman. Maybe it was Mr. Messina that spoke about receiving certified letters. So I'm at 96, my neighbor I reached out to at 120, and at 136, no one else has received any letters. I can show you on the map that we are right across the street. I see it from my window, the egg farm.
And you believe that you're within 200 feet of the property?
So I can show you on the map.
Okay, I'll take your word for
I'll
it.
just show it to you right now.
Okay.
Should I bring it up then?
No, I'll take your word for it.
And none of us received a visit from the mayor.
Okay.
So I'm just making that.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for having the courage to come forward. Yes, please. State your first name, spell your last name for the record.
My name is Richard McCall, McCall.
Okay?
Sorry, I've never been to a town meeting. I know nothing about politics or anything else. You gotta forgive me. I sat on my peepers on the way over, so. Just wanted to say, there's a reason. I'm sorry. I'll get to it. Okay. I received the text last night from Mayor Roberts stating that he needed our help because Toms River Township was in trouble. And the fact that our town is already overpopulated with noise and pollution and unbelievable traffic, it's already a serious situation. You know, I've lived on Route 7 across from Lake Ridge for 33 years. The amount of traffic, theft, crime, I mean, not just here and there, I mean, I'm talking at gunpoint, that has risen. In our area alone, it is absolutely insane. You need to come spend a week in our area, and we're armed, trust me. There was a Walmart 3 nights ago, which is robbed at gunpoint. Right down the corner, every 20 people that walk in there for a gallon of milk, and then right next to somebody with a gun in their face. It's insane. You know, go ahead and, you know, I understand that people need a place to live. Especially the going just as I do. But there's got to be a different way. And I just got to say that, you know, to suggest, I've known the Knighton family my entire life, 58 years old, God rest his soul. And to suggest that he and these people up there have been misleading or somehow had their hand in some sort of money that they're going to get paid for this, that, or the other. It's absolutely disgusting. And you get these things, you sound, I'm sorry, you know, to say, it kind of reminded me of my nephew, sending text, like a bullet text on these people up here. When they're trying to be honest, trying to work their way through for us. And when you know that, take that, all that, open land we were on forever at $10 million in taxes. I want my portion back. I do. I mean, I can't go to sleep at night with a window open without hearing anything on Route 7. And forget about traffic. You know how many people be killed at Warren, Massachusetts in Route 7? You know, there's flowers there all the time. And it's just getting worse. Right down the end of Massachusetts, when you hit Costco Road, that's all gone. It's getting, I understand there's got to be places for everybody that have whatever income you want, a place to live. I get that. I truly do. Because I don't have the cash to go anywhere else. But there's got to be a different way. There really has to be.
All right. But listen, I just want to make a comment. Is we want to be part of the solution. We want to be brought in. Robert Bianchini, you spent decades, unfortunately, in government, and you know so much. And Tom Nivison knows this town like the back of his hand. His family goes back hundreds of years. They should be part of the discussion.
Yes, sir.
Okay? Are we going to agree 100%? No. But we were elected to represent the people, all of us, exactly.
I agree.
And we have to be part of it. We just can't have it put in our face 2 weeks before and say, this is it. And there's no other solution, there's no other part. But thank you for coming tonight. We're grateful. Thank you. But you got it.
Yeah, and I just...
For now on, going forward, you have to pay attention who your candidates
You know
are.
what, if I can get off and get over here every night, I'll be here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
My name is Joe Vigna, V-I-G-N-A. And I live on
Hill Lane in
Talk into that mic, right there.
Take it right out.
Here?
Yes.
Okay.
Sir, can you just repeat your name and address, please?
Sure, it's Joe Vigna,
Thank you.
GNA, and I live on, at 2911 Rock Hill Lane, Lake Ridge. I'm new to this area, 18 months, so I don't have an axe to grind with any of you. I don't know any of you. But my question has to do specifically with the lot in question. Is this the appropriate time to ask that, or do I do it later?
No, it's ordinance number 8.
Okay.
Okay?
So, basically, you know, when I look at the HEFSP, on page 13, it indicates that that lot is available, okay, and it has multiple owners. So my first question is, how many owners on that lot? The town, I would imagine, would be one of them. Okay? Am I right?
No, Dave, is it okay for me to answer? Or?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. You and I think we're back and forth a little bit about this at the meeting the other night. Right, so the lots that are on Route 70, I believe the largest percentage of them, according to Mr. Messina, were Krupnik, but those lots, none of them are township-owned lots. They're all various lots, and they're not owned, as I said earlier, they're not owned by the developer either. The developer who expressed interest doesn't own them. They're owned by other people who own property.
Okay, so then my question is, can you tell me how many owners own those lots?
Off the top of my head, no. But I want to be clear. They are all for sale, correct?
Yeah.
Right, so they're for sale.
Let me back up. Maybe lots is not the right word. Maybe it's properties. Because I saw a map yesterday that had showed a large undeveloped area, and then showed what looked to be 2 homes on there. So my question is, part of it has to do with that large undeveloped area. Who owns that? Are you telling me that there are multiple owners?
Yes.
In the large undeveloped area?
Yes, so each lot potentially has 1 owner, you could have 10 owners. But the point here is this was one of the reasons that I explained to everyone in Lake Ridge, that there's a strong possibility that this would never even be developed, and that's why there's another backup up on Route 9 that Mr. Bianchini brought up before, where there's 60 some odd acres of township property that also has an overlay that would only have a project built on it if this council were to vote on it, right? So the township would have total control, and should this project that you see in Lake Ridge not be able to be built, there would be a backup for that. Because again, the way this works, developers say, hey, we see you got an affordable housing obligation. We could do X over here. And then they give you a memorandum of understanding, and then you could put that into your plan. But they don't have to own the property at all.
So then it goes on to say that the township is in contact with the owners. What does that mean to me exactly?
Well, we were never in contact with the owner, so I don't know, maybe that's what you would call boilerplate legal language. Let me go to Zangaro. Can we answer that, Mrs. Zangaro?
13.
Mrs. Zangaro, can you answer that?
Of the HEFSP that was prepared by the Alamo.
Oh, the planner. Mrs. Zangaro, can you speak to that?
So the housing element and fair share plan is prepared by, it's a planner document. I assume it's what we made very clear in the settlement agreement was that there's been a representation and agreement with the contractor, the developer to develop those lands. I'm guessing that language might have gotten wrong, that they're contacted the owners. The township has always been clear in its settlement agreement that it's providing the opportunity through a potential developer. So I think that language might have simply, or that language might the language might be tweaked, but the point was that the settlement agreement has always recognized that the contact was with a developer of the land.
So the contact was with the developer, not the individual owners of the lots?
That's correct.
Okay, that's fine, I'll buy that. Okay. But it also then goes on to indicate that the township has executed an agreement with Beacon Estates LLC, who will acquire the properties. If there's been nothing, if there's been no communication, and look, guys, I'm the first to admit, I'm not the brightest bulb in the box.
Yes,
Okay?
you are. You're connecting the dots.
So, if the township is in an agreement with Beacon Estates LLC to acquire the property, yet there's been no contact between the township and somebody else with the individual owners, again, to me, it doesn't make sense.
Not official contact.
All it indicates is it just says in the
Well, I
document.
need you to read between the lines, which you did, and I'm so
Okay.
proud of you. I'm so proud.
Am I correct in my understanding that none of that property is under contract now?
We wouldn't even know,
Okay, that's
right?
fine.
That's how that works.
Okay.
Right, they give you a memorandum, as I said, they're interested in developing, this is, again, the infancy, if the plan is in its infancy, right? They say, hey, we're willing to do this many units at this point. You know, there is no specific plan of what lot or where, they just name some lots, and they're in the plan.
That makes sense. I mean, why spend money on something if you don't know the project?
See, sir,
Exactly.
he's answering, they're negotiating
No, I know.
without us,
No,
okay?
they-
And
Hold
this
on,
is all
okay, now wait a minute,
before.
okay, I don't want to get off track here, but I will say this, okay, because I've been to council meetings where, in other towns, and don't take this the wrong way, but I'm going to say it. I have never seen such utter chaos in my life. And that's among all of you. It's not just the mayor, it's nobody in particular. I can't use the phrase that I would normally use. Anyhow, I got that off my chest. So what happens if Beacon is unable to acquire all of the properties? Or some of the, or as a result of the owners not willing to sell? What happens then?
Council President, would you like me to address that? Council President, would you like me to address that?
Go ahead.
Would you like me to address that question?
Yes, please.
So the program, the parties in the ongoing litigation accepted the representation that there was a developer interested in these parcels. If this developer falls through, they're not able to acquire the lands, there will be a need for the township to amend its housing element fair share plan and amend its compliance plan.
Okay.
And certainly at that point, there would be an opportunity for the township to try to pursue a different course. But what's important is that through the program process, there was an acceptance that there was a developer who was able, willing, and ready to commit to this, to trying to acquire this property and make the development possible. But you are certainly correct. You are certainly correct that there is an opportunity to amend if that piece does not come to fruition.
And that amendment could be a reduced number of units on that small piece of property or looking elsewhere within the community, right?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
But you have to be in the program, you have to be in the program to do that.
So what is it?
I would just like to.
I haven't got, that's fine.
Okay.
I haven't got.
Sir, we do have a running clock, 5 minutes, and I know you're
All right,
on
I
your
got-
second 10 minutes, so just wrap it up if you
Okay.
can, please.
Was any portion of that property purchased? So you're saying the township owns none of that piece of
No,
property?
sir. We went over this, you and I, right? mean,
Okay, I was outside, so.
No, I
okay.
mean, at Lake Ridge, we really did. We did. So I explained this to you, and I explained it to Lake Ridge, and I'll explain it again. We have an agreement with the developer, we don't own the property. We do own property on Route 9 that can serve as a backup should this fall through. or should some other element fall through, but they would have to vote to put that, they would have to vote to put that zoning in place. So, again, we've explained this, I've explained this. I would just, I know you still have some time left, but go ahead, I'm sorry.
See, there's a rumor going around, and I'm going to ask somebody to try to substantiate that part of that property was bought through an open trust fund act. Is that true?
No.
Okay, fine. All right. So here's the thing. In summary, okay. Look, I live in Lake Ridge. Okay. I, like many people here, we understand the need for affordable housing, but like a lot of people, I just don't want it in my backyard. Now, and that's just me being honest. I also understand that you have to work with the mandates of the state. And so basically, as I see it, what we have here is two bad options. Okay? A bad option for those of us at Lake Ridge that don't want it put there. Okay? And some of you are saying, no, it shouldn't be put there, or you're going to come up with another plan. But basically, we're stuck with a deadline of the 15th with the state, where if you don't submit a plan by then, okay, then you take a chance on what I'll call the nuclear option, which is buyer's remedy. The courts get involved, and they say, okay, this is, we're going to review it. A builder or builders go to the state, and they basically, and the judge says, oh, I like this plan. Okay, you can build, and you know what, Steve? I like your plan too, so I'm going to let you build there as well. That's how I understand it works.
Which would be what would happen
Okay,
to that residential property.
so we're stuck between a rock and a hard place. And all I would ask of you, okay, as you consider this, is that you take a serious look at this. Okay, I have no doubt that you will. Just put politics aside and do what's best for everybody as best you can. And you know what? If that means you got to build there, I get it. I won't like it, but I got to accept it. Thank you for your time.
So we're going to wrap up public comment after the gentleman. All right. So, yes, state your name and your address for the record, please.
Irene Watson, Messenger Street, Toms River. Obviously, this whole situation should have been discussed in a lot of different ways, presented in a lot of different ways, definitely presented sooner. But the bottom line is there is a deadline, March 15th. Now, I just need to ask the question. Are you going, the vote that you will take tonight, is it for an extension or is it for the plan, affordable plan itself?
The plans itself.
I was civil, yeah, we'll answer that.
Okay, thank you.
So the plan has already been accepted. So we settled in December, which a couple of these gentlemen voted on that were on the last council. We accepted settlement. And Chris, you can interject if I'm out of turn. And then we reiterated it, some resolutions in the last session. These three ordinances that pertain to affordable housing tonight are really just some zoning ordinances that effectuate the plan that's already been accepted. Does that make sense? So I'll try to re-explain. So there were challengers, right? We heard that there are nonprofits, and if the state comes in and challenges what we say we're going to do. So they came in and challenged. We settled with these challengers in December. The old council effectuated that settlement by vote. Right? We have to run it through the council. Yes. Then last session, 2 weeks ago, there were three ordinances which are on second reading, and there were 4 resolutions that were passed which don't require. And one of those resolutions effectuated the plan. So these gentlemen have all voted, and lady, have all voted to accept the plan. These 3 ordinances that we're all here tonight to vote on are just some housekeeping to effectuate the plan that's already been accepted. Does that make sense? No. The plan's been accepted. The plan's been voted on.
Okay, so
And the settlement's been voted on.
This is the zoning.
These are zoning ordinances to effectuate what we promised the court
we would allow in the plan?
It's the zoning, which is why everybody got a letter. Let's say you get a letter because they're changing the zone to allow for, does that make sense? It's so complicated, it took me like,
This is me, and I'm sorry, I don't understand the situation, but that's all right. I just feel, with my understanding, that if you vote, are you voting for an extension or not?
No, the extension is not something that's being voted on.
Okay, so my understanding is if you vote no, Trenton will have more power
Correct.
to handle Toms River property.
Correct.
Okay, now, through all the hysteria that happened earlier in the meeting, somebody said, and I don't know where it was from, that the lawyer was presenting falsehoods, misinformation. Now, if an attorney knowingly presents falsehoods, he'll be disbarred. After your presentation tonight, do you fear you'll be disbarred?
Councilman, may I
Yes.
just please speak to that? Certainly not. I take my responsibilities incredibly seriously. That's always been very important to me since I graduated 7 years ago, since I've been practicing both in litigation, transactional work, in compliance work. I've always taken that seriously. And I believe my effort was to clarify that there was a mischaracterization of how I communicated information. So certainly not.
And that goes for myself as well.
Okay, and I definitely accept that. So what you said should be received as gospel. So be careful how you vote, because if you vote no, Toms River will be a mess. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Yes. Just remember, we're on the clock.
I'm gonna go quick.
Okay.
I heard the plan, I'm looking here, two lawyers. I heard the plan was approved in December. Is that true or not? The plan was developed when? And when was it finalized? Just out of curiosity.
There was initial plan in June 2025.
Okay, but I heard something about December, it finally got moved forward.
Yeah.
Okay, so the plan was approved in December. Okay, you want to say something else, or do I go?
No, I just want to clarify one thing. The compliance structure.
Yeah.
The structure was placed into a settlement agreement that was approved.
When?
This is December 2025, pursuant to a settlement agreement that was placed before the council for a vote. The next step is to take that chart, that structure, and to place it into a policy document. That policy document is the Housing Element Fair Share Plan. It's part of the master plan.
When was that concluded?
Sure. So that
I'm trying to move it along, I'm sorry.
That was voted on you have to provide notice, you have to get to the planning board,
Just
which
a
was
month.
yesterday.
Yesterday?
Yesterday, the housing element was voted on.
Yes.
That's right.
Okay, so I have
planning board.
I have a question. We have a lot of people in this room. I came up originally and I asked, are we building to the right of Lake Ridge entrance on Massachusetts? Are we building on the left? Or are we building on both sides? We have two attorneys, we have all these people here. Can someone answer that question? We'd like to see the map.
You have asked that with me a number of times, and I've said there's no...
I have not got an answer.
That's because we've all said this now to you, Mr. Mussini, very respectfully. I know you're angry and upset about all of this. There is a letter of intent to build units on those properties. Hang on. There is
I asked an easy question. One side,
but it doesn't
the
have an
other
easy
side.
answer, and I've answered respectfully to a couple. I've tried several times, right? So they have.
Quiet, please.
Give it a break, Lake Ridge. 1 second.
So we have a memorandum of understanding from the developer that says he's identified these lots and would be willing to build X number of affordable units.
We don't know which lots, or anything like that. This is why I keep saying that there are other times that this council would have to vote.
But I'm just clarification.
That this is clear as I can read
I'm
it.
trying to clarify something. I would request my time. Okay? No letters of notification went out on this side except 4, and 35 people were not notified. That being said, you cannot build on that side because no one was notified. On the other side, it looks like everybody was told, but how can you build on that side if no one was notified within 200 feet? How can we stand here and understand that we're going to build in an area where no notification went to the residents? That's my question.
Everyone that should have been notified?
Was not.
Township. I don't really want to argue with you, but this legal argument that was created by some folks in the audience and the council, I think we've already had folks address it. You haven't, okay, let me be a little more clear. If we go into a builder's remedy, no, every single lot, yeah, no, it's right, it's not what you want, right, it's not what you want to hear. It's not what you want to hear. You want,
the question was...
Right, it's not what you want to hear.
If proper notification was not given...
He addressed that with you. You guys keep hanging on this thing that you believe somebody didn't get a letter. It's not relevant to
It was addressed by the gentleman on the third row, and it's his belief, and it's also my belief, that the notification is null and void because it wasn't done properly.
Then you'd be able to sue. You could try to sue. It's not going to matter because they're going to vote the plan down, Mr. Messina. And if there's a builder's remedy, no, they'll build right up, they'll build up on every single lot.
And I speak.
You did, but anytime I speak, anytime I try to speak, everybody speaks over me.
I have a time clock. You
Yeah,
do
I'm
not.
sure it's over with.
Okay, so here we go. You're making it as if the Lake Ridge residents are the culprits of the demise of Toms River, when that is not true.
I went through all that with you, and Mr. Messina, very respectfully, I never yelled at you once. If there is a
state mayor,
I already answered that. Here, this is not politics.
No. Where are you building?
I just answered that for you.
Right, Mr.
Maybe you don't understand me.
please.
Maybe you don't understand me. You're all clapping, but you won't be clapping if there's a builder's remedy.
State your first and last name, please.
Good evening, it's Paul Williams, last name Williams, from North Street in Toms River. Through Council President, I have a couple questions for Mr. Zingaro. Is that better?
Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Zingaro, if you know, if the council votes to change the zoning to MF16, and I guess 18 as well, and the developer does not move forward, with the zoning being changed, would the developer then be able to build the multifamily building at market rate?
So what the township has in place is a mandatory set-aside across all of town, which means that developers, I believe, with projects over 5 units, need to meet a mandatory set-aside. So any developer that comes in needs to provide 20% of their units need to be reserved, deed restricted as affordables. So a developer will have to meet a 20% set-aside.
In any event?
Yes.
Yes. So in any event, if the developer, if this zone is rezoned to MF, any developer who would withdraw out of this, or maybe even any developer that's not involved in this right now, if that zone is changed to MF, for example, some lots right now are kind of on the table as an alternative, but if the zoning is changed to MF, and it's not used, would a developer be able to develop on that land at market rate?
If the zoning is not, if there's not a second change to the zoning, right? They'll say change the zoning to something else. If this particular developer doesn't end up building on this parcel, the township council can say, you know what? Looks like this project fell through. This developer fell through. The court recognized we have an alternative plan. We're gonna change the zoning maybe back to what it was previously. There's always that option. If a market rate if another developer does come forward and wants to build on that parcel, and I hear from you, you're asking if they can build market rate. If they were to build market rate, they would also have to build affordables pursuant to the mandatory set aside.
Thank you. So that's part of my question. I heard you earlier, and if you could refresh my recollection and for the benefit of everybody here as I lead up to the point that I'm about to make, you described some legislation that occurred in 2025 that set the clock, if you will, at about 90 days?
Yes, the program officially ended. There was a mediation program to allow for potential settlements or efforts to resolve. That program ended on December 31st. At that time, the program had to issue decisions as to whether a mediation had been successful and whether they recommended a plan to be approved or disapproved. From December, municipalities were given until March 15 to adopt their housing element and fair share plans as amended and enact all the zoning necessary to implement that plan. If a municipality was able to settle earlier than December 15th, they'd get an additional 2 or 3 weeks. In this case, Township Toms River settled on December 10th, so we had a little additional pocket of time. So there, you get closer to the 3 months.
And so, but this is pursuant to, for lack of a better phrase, relatively new legislation, correct?
So in 2024, the legislature passed, the governor signed an amendment to the Fair Housing Act, the amended FHA, and that is what established the new timelines that would govern affordable housing during the 4th round, the period of 25 to 2035.
And when did the governor sign that, if you know that? Approximately?
It was in end of 2024.
So in the last, not even a year and a half, this new legislation comes in, and here's Toms River now trying to get up to speed, which does that sound about right?
So what Toms River did was, in June 2025, it came out the housing element and fair share plan, and it was also fighting in court. It was fighting 2 motions in court against, it was fighting 1 motion in court against Fair Share Housing Center against the allegation that we had provided even larger obligation for the 4th round.
Okay, so I got that part. Mr. Scope, just a moment, real quick. So, and here's the point of all of that. Thank you. So here's the point of all of this. I was going to ask the attorney a question, but I'll just make the point and I'll keep it moving. I'm curious to know if council has endeavored to even prepare to ask for an extension of time at this point, considering what we have come to know in the last several weeks. I'm curious to know. I'm not necessarily asking at this point. However, it's my understanding that the litmus test for whether or not the court will grant that or not is extraordinary circumstances. And if counsel has not, and I mean counsel as in the attorneys, if they have not yet, I would encourage them to do that soon. If this council, and this is how I would suggest it, if this council were to move and pass a motion to table this with the understanding that council attorneys are going to expediently move to the court for the extension of time for 2, maybe 3 reasons. 1, it's a relatively new law. Circumstances are what they are. It takes government a little bit of time to catch up. 2, it appears, as we've learned in the last several days, that the developer of one of the locations that were heavily relied on that are part of the settlement may have withdrawn. And the last one is the traffic considerations. There may not have been adequate traffic considerations in developing these plans, but nonetheless, at least the first two, I think, are pretty strong examples of extraordinary circumstances. And that's the point that I wanted to get to. I do not envy any of your positions right now. It's a tough, tough decision that each and every one of you, if you have a good conscience, have to make. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, sir. State your first and last name for the record, please.
Yes, good evening, everyone. Michael Stafford, S-T-A-F-F-O-R-D, 3223 Windsor Avenue, Toms River.
Get a little closer to the mic, please.
There we go. Is that better?
Yeah.
Okay. Like a lot of folks, I'm here because I got the mayor's texts. Kind of put me in a bit of a panic. I have more questions. A lot of them have been resolved because I've been sitting here. But the one thing I've noticed is everybody's here because we love our town. I've been here 23 years. We care about what happens to it. I think most folks don't want to see overdevelopment, don't want to see high-rises, high-density development. It's my understanding there was a plan that was worked out, and the developer backed out, and then there was a backup plan. And my concern is that, and that's why I'm here today, I don't want any of those bad things to happen that were in those texts. And I can also appreciate listening to everyone that there's some bit of animosity or history among everyone here, and I would just ask you to put all that aside if you can. I mean, I know you're here because you care about us. I can't imagine that you took this job and ran for office just for yourselves. I'm going to believe in good faith that you really all care about the residents of Toms River. So I'm just going to ask, I know there's only 4 days. In my experience, a lot of statutes with deadlines, they're hard and fast, you can't extend them. Judges, their hands are tied oftentimes, so I'm just going to ask, I know that I appreciate all the hard work you're doing, and I'm just going to ask you to just work together, please, and come up with a solution in the next 4 days. Because we really don't want 8,000 units, we don't want to see all those bad things happen.
If these elements pass tonight, every single piece, any development would have to get approved by the council after the fact. So these are just, this is a preliminary part of the plan. After that, anything that has to be built, any kind of thing like that at all, would have to go to the council again, which is why there's really no risk in passing this tonight. I know there are people who don't want to hear that, but I don't think most of them are Lake Ridge people. There's no risk because before the developer could say how many units would go on which lot, right? All of that would have to get voted on again by the council. So there's zero risk in this council passing this tonight because I can't do anything further in the plan without the council. So it's a very safe vote to take, and I know that there are folks out there that are skeptical, but the council would have to vote. I mean, Mr. Messina recognized and stated that we don't even know what's going where, and that's because we don't have a contract with any developer. All contracts would have to be approved by this council. So nothing can go forward beyond this point, even if they all vote for this. But what their vote tonight would do would be protect us from builder's remedy. And I've tried so hard to explain that to everyone, and I know it's a very complicated subject. It's certainly I'm not a lawyer. I've spent a lot of time with this, and I hope the council would take that risk as well.
Anything else, sir?
No, that's it. Thank you. Thank you for your service. I appreciate all the hard work you're doing.
Thank you for coming in tonight. All right, you're the last one.
Yes,
okay?
please. This is just a very quick story.
Okay, your first and last name for the record, please.
Bailey,
B-A-I-L-E-Y. I live
Okay. Speak as loud as you can, please.
Last spring, my husband and I'm very concerned. I understand that you have to build affordable housing, and I know that space is limited. I want you to take into consideration how unsafe it is on the corner of 70 and Massachusetts Avenue. Last spring, my husband and I, on a Friday evening, were driving home, and we noticed a very large, dark object in the right-hand lane of the two-lane highway on 70, right across from the Aldi's Wawa area. It was a man who was hit and run and left there. And we had to pull over with another gentleman, pull him off the road, and he was gone. And we waited for the police to come and take care of the rest of the issue. So just take into consideration how difficult it is already to get around that portion of 70 and Massachusetts. Just take that into consideration. It's dangerous. It's horrible. People do not follow the rules. They just don't. So that's my concern.
All right, thank you. Okay. All right, now we're going to, does anyone on council want to entertain making a motion?
Council President, we have to close public comment.
Okay, pardon me, thank you. Yeah, I need a motion to close public comment on ordinance number 8. Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. So I will entertain a motion on ordinance number 8. Yay or nay to pass the ordinance. Who's going to be brave enough to make the motion?
I make a motion to pass the ordinance.
I'll second.
Okay, motion was made to approve by Councilwoman O'Toole, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilwoman O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
No.
Councilman Bianchini?
I abstain.
Council Vice President Iverson?
I'm going to abstain from this vote.
Council President Sekozy?
I'm going to vote no for the simple reason. I don't believe the residents were notified properly, and this ordinance on the agenda is illegal. It shouldn't be.
Did you call Craig? Coleman?
He's next. And Councilman Coleman?
Yes.
Item number 9 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the...
State for the record if it passed or not.
We have 3 yeses, 2 noes, and 2 abstentions.
That's for a lawyer to decide. I don't even know the answer to that. Just go forward. We'll have to ask. That's not something that typically happens. But as you can see, folks, there are some, even the folks who are, it's a shame that we've come to that, right? So even those folks are afraid to vote no because they recognize what the consequences of this is going to be, and they're now hiding behind an abstention. Iverson is hiding, and so is Bianchini. They are hiding behind the abstention. Vote your conscience. You're hiding because you're hiding. Notified. You're hiding. You're knocking it down, and you're hiding behind an abstention. I'm commenting. It's free speech. It's America. It's not Cuba. It's not Cuba. You're hiding. You're a coward, Iverson. A coward, and Bianchini, you're a coward also.
Mayor, please.
They're cowards. At least you had the guts to vote no. You had guts.
You said it's free speech, I get to talk too then, right? You don't want me to do that, right? Just shut the fuck up. Shut up.
Shut up! Yeah.
Respect for our town, sit down.
Yeah, people
All
clapping
right.
for destroying the town.
Mayor, listen, I have a question for the township attorney. When will you have a decision on this vote? Do you know it now, or do you have to?
No, we're gonna have to look that up.
Research.
We're gonna have to look that up. They look it up. You're gonna have to have the guts to vote, Tom. You don't have the guts to vote, but people wanna know.
I did vote.
No, there's a pass or not. No, you didn't vote. The extension is not voting.
I didn't have enough information.
Not enough information. I have a year's worth of text messages to you.
Okay.
In the middle of the night, it don't pertain to no answers to the email, no answers to the phone call. You didn't have enough information. You screamed and yelled in the executive session and wouldn't allow the lawyer to speak. Have the guts to cast the vote, Tom.
Exist in my world. You do not exist in my world. So don't waste your breath.
You're a coward and an embarrassment. And so is Mayor Cheney, a coward. Yelling at women, old women, in the executive session. You don't have the guts to vote in front of these people. Have the guts, Tom, to vote in front of these people. You encourage them all to come here. Have the guts.
All right, well, before we proceed
Have
to
the
number
guts.
9,
No guts, coward.
Bradley has something to say.
Coward. Tom, you're a coward.
Stop antagonizing.
Go ahead, Councilor.
So we had this exact question as far as for another ordinance, and it was explained to us in this email, that it's explained to the agenda meeting to Mr. Bianchini and Mr. Sikosi. My understanding of the law is that an ordinance can pass from first reading to second reading with 3 yeses and 4 abstentions. However, to pass on second reading, 4 affirmative votes will be required.
Well, we're going to wait for an attorney.
That was from the attorney.
Look, it doesn't matter. The vote is cast. Unless Tom is changing his vote, we don't know how things are.
All right, then. Thank you. So we're going to go on to number 9, please.
Sorry, folks. Tom's got no guts.
No, you're not. You don't have to apologize for me. Ordinance number 9 is a first reading. It's an ordinance of the Township of Toms River to amend section 348-11.
We're still responsible.
Article 11, affordable housing provisions with revised regulations pursuant to newly enacted regulations at NJAC 5:99 and NJAC 5:80-26.1 at SEC. Uniform housing and affordability controls. This is a...
You said first reading or final?
Sorry, my apologies. It's the second reading. It's a final reading. Thank you. This is a final reading. So we do need to open up the floor for public comment.
Okay. So, does anyone have comments on number 9 on the agenda? If you do, please come forward. And just a reminder, you're on a 5-minute clock. Anyone?
Yeah.
Okay, we have one person.
Paul Williams, WILLIMS. For the purposes of the record, I want to reiterate the comments that I made on item 9. And for the purposes of brevity, I'm also going to, if the mayor, Dan Roderick, would shut his mouth, it'd be great.
Paul,
I can hear you. I can hear you.
Paul, just ignore him, please. Just go ahead.
But for the record and for brevity, to save myself from having to come back up here again on item number 10. Again, for item number 10, I reiterate my comments. Thank you.
Okay. All right, I need a motion to close public comment if there's no one else.
Motion to close.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Roll call.
I make a motion on this.
Hold on, we need, Councilwoman O'Toole made a motion to close public comment. Councilman Aber seconded.
Correct.
Can we get a voice vote, all in favor?
I make a motion to accept this ordinance.
We have to close public comment.
Okay, all in favor to close public comment? Aye.
Thank you.
Any opposed? Hearing none? Okay, I need a,
I make a motion for ordinance number 9 to be accepted as read.
is there a second?
Second.
Motion to approve item number 9 was made by Councilwoman O'Toole, seconded by Councilman Aber. Councilwoman O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
No.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson.
I vote yes on this ordinance, but to echo what Mr. Williams said, one of the reasons I abstained from the first one is because I've been asking council to ask for an extension for 6 weeks, and they haven't even applied for it.
Council President.
Could have been done 6 weeks ago.
There's no application for that.
Okay.
Well, I told you that already, but you're a hard-headed dope.
You called the court.
You're a hard-headed dope. Corrupt dope. We told you there is no extension. They've said it 6 times, but you keep repeating.
I still have to vote, please.
At the planning board meeting last night, he said there is a mechanism to extend it.
And he told you everybody.
He said it last night himself, and I asked him to repeat it, and he did repeat it. It never happened. Did I ask you last night, Councilman?
He's not a councilman.
I mean,
He's not a councilman.
Counselor.
Try to get your blood sugar under control. Maybe drink a little less when you come to the
I've
meeting.
been working manual labor since 5 this morning. I'm sorry. Council. No, never mind. Let's move on.
Call my vote,
Council
please.
President Sarkozy.
Yes.
Councilman Coleman.
Okay. Moving on to number 10. Is there anyone in the audience that has comments on number 10? From the audience?
Let me read the title into the record. Item number 10 is an ordinance designating certain properties as an affordable housing overlay zone with the MF16 multifamily housing, multifamily zone designation to provide a realistic opportunity to the construction of low and moderate income housing. Again, final reading.
Make a motion to deny this.
No, we have to open it to the public.
You already did that.
Okay. Come forward and
You're an
state your
embarrassment
name.
of public service, an embarrassment of a public service.
State your first and last name again for the record.
Bill Bryant, 79 Holly Tree Lane, Toms River. This meeting is exhausting, so I'm going to make it really quick. We should not be developing any property on Route 9 that is owned by this town. This is property that is an MF, going to be changed to an MF16 based upon this ordinance. I would strongly recommend that this is not voted, not agreed to, and that we don't do it. And the minor fact that in the agreement that has been presented as a possible amendment to changing if Hope's Crossing doesn't work out, all the things we've talked about for 3 hours now. It's 2 lots. This overlay includes, it's over 60 acres. I don't remember the exact number.
65.
65. It's too tempting. We cannot do it. This was bought by this town. It was bonded for over $10 million. This eminent domain, everything that was there, this town did, so these properties would not be built and it should not be approved. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is there anyone else in the audience that has a comment on ordinance number 10?
I apologize, there was something I wanted to say about this. Paul Williams. I've made some public comments about this particular part of the ordinance, and that is how it is an example, and there are many, but this one really puts this council and this town in a lot of jeopardy. For this council, it puts you in jeopardy because the public trusted not necessarily this group, but a council in 2016 that told the public that the property was going to be bought not with
Open Space Fund.
not with open space fund money, but was going to be bonded for over $9 million, and that it was for open space. And what's interesting now, particularly now, is that this was not included in the settlement agreement, as I understand it, in December. It is only now being thrust into this agenda for you to pass, as if the world is going to fall apart if you don't. And candidly, if you don't, there's potential for bad. But there's also potential for bad for over $10 million of taxpayer money being squandered on land that was supposed to remain undeveloped. And interestingly, what I found most interesting was that an opponent to that was a Democrat running for town council, whose campaign I worked on, and is now sitting in the mayor's seat. Dan Roderick was opposed to any purchase of that land at a price tag of over $10 million.
That's a lot, Paul. When did you see that? And you never worked
My
on
time.
campaign. I would never let a criminal work on my
Speaking.
campaign, Paul.
I got the receipts, Dan. Don't say I didn't work your
Let's see,
campaign.
let's see.
Paul,
You never
In any
worked on my
event,
campaign.
in any event.
I never let you on my campaign, Paul.
Mayor,
I've been to your house. I've gotten drunk with you. Don't talk about that. I've got pictures of you walking on your steps.
Mr.
15
Williams,
years you prison.
address me only.
But I'm not a liar.
Yes, you are.
Don't, address me, please.
Who pays you to come here, Paul?
Don't.
It's like you don't have a job, right?
Mayor,
You don't pay for your own
No,
rent.
no,
You're on Section 8. Who pays you to come speak here? Is it Terrence Thurlock? Who pays you?
In
please.
any
Who
event,
pays you?
just keep it conversation. You're not saying nothing that's a secret.
Is it cash, Paul?
Yeah.
Give me cash.
I hope everyone is getting
This is
on
the
video.
demonstration of our mayor.
Yeah.
Please.
And this is why I come here and I
who
work.
lives in free housing, who lives in more affordable housing.
Come on, in any event, the point is that clearly, there was a saying I heard, a struck dog will holler, right? It's an old saying from the South. A struck dog will holler. Because all of a sudden I start talking about him being a Democrat, that I worked on his campaign, that he was opposed to this. Now I'm a liar and I'm a criminal and whatever else he was saying. I'm
Never been
paid
opposed
to
to
be
open
here.
space even once.
Yeah, I know all that, but a struck dog will holler because it's the truth.
No, Paul.
The fact is that this council now is put in a position at the last minute so that his ego can be saved. Because this just happened. This happened because it wasn't in the plan in December.
You're crazy, Paul.
I'm crazy. I hear you.
Crazy and criminal and a liar.
But I can fight. Can you fight?
Is that a threat?
It's not a threat. It's a question. I can fight. Can you? Because you run your mouth a lot.
Is that a threat?
Okay.
In any event, my point is well received, that this is a predicament for the two of you, for the bunch of you, that this is a predicament that you're in because of his failed leadership. It's that simple. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there any other public comment on ordinance number 10?
Motion to go to comment.
Maybe Tom will have the guts to vote on this one.
Mayor, please. Is there a
I
second?
voted on the last one.
All right.
Did you?
Yeah.
I'm
Is there a second?
Thank you. Thanks, Daddy.
Is there a second to close public comment?
Councilman
Councilman Bull?
We need a second to close public comment.
I'll second it.
Councilman.
Okay.
All right, thank you. Motion to close public comment was made by Councilman Iverson, seconded by Councilman Aber. All in favor?
Aye.
And
Any
now,
opposed? Hearing none.
now we'll take a vote on ordinance 10.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion on this? Does Councilman Aber know this is in your ward, this open space? Okay, and you're willing to change from commercial to multi-family? Yeah? 16 units on an acre? Yeah? Okay, all right,
Dave, you're forcing us to do
Okay.
thousands of units.
all right.
This is where we would put the 100 affordable units.
Okay.
This would have happened, you would have been a better
All
leader.
right,
Motion was made by Councilman Aber. We need a second.
Everybody in the town, other than the people in
I
this
think
crowd.
Councilman O'Toole made the second.
Seconded by Councilwoman O'Toole. Councilman Aber.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole. Councilman Bradley.
No.
Councilman Bianchini.
I have a few things I'd like to say about this before I cast my vote. I've only been on council 2 months, and at the last executive session, I mentioned to the attorney over there that I was misrepresented as far as the 2 parcels that were only going to be for the township, which then I come to find out that the backup had actually 65 more acres in there that could be potentially built on township property would have accumulated to roughly 1,190 units on that 65 acres plus that. The other thing is the infrastructure on Route 9 right now presently can't handle, the sewer system cannot handle the inflow that we have there, let alone with all this additional sewage that's going to be going into there. And also, I want to make sure that the apartment complexes in James Street, the apartment complexes on Main Street, and also behind ShopRite, that they are all looked into as well as far as other options that we can put on the table instead of building on a public property. It was built and it was bought for by the taxpayers just for this reason, not to be building, not to overdevelop in North Dover. For that reason, I abstain.
Council Vice President Iverson.
Because he knows what he's doing is wrong. The original plan that I approved back in December was for 2 specific lots. He's added 7 more lots into this.
It's the same ordinance, it's second reading, Tom.
Okay, I'm a liar.
It's the same ordinance, it's second
Tell him to
reading.
shut up, please.
Second reading.
We haven't looked into these other alternatives. I've been asking for 6 weeks to reply to the court.
I'm going to show my text messages and phone calls to the press, Tom, and I want you to show yours.
Let him speak.
I'm going to show it to the press,
Speak at the end.
and I want Tom you to show yours.
Mayor!
Do you think I care what you do?
No, I don't think you do.
No.
I just want the press to know that you're
I
alive.
vote no.
Council President Secozy.
This is a dangerous slope, and I think this is the first time in Toms River history, anyone can correct me if I'm wrong.
You're wrong.
That we're taking open space.
You're wrong, you are on the planning board next
giving
time
it-
around.
And giving it to affordable housing.
You're
That
wrong,
this
and it's not
town-
open space.
Mayor, please.
I'm going to correct you. You
Okay,
continue
then
to lie, and I'm going to correct you on the record. It was not brought on open space.
I said to
You
my
were on the planning board during the last round where the township used public land for the affordable housing obligations.
Okay.
Just because
Mayor, please let me.
but you lie, I'm going to correct you when you lie. So
Okay.
tell the truth, and I won't cut you off. Tell
I
the truth.
said anyone in here can
Tell the
correct
truth.
me, okay? I said to my knowledge.
All right.
Okay?
You tell the truth.
So you can correct me if I'm wrong. That's fair enough, all right? Okay, go ahead. We have a question for you.
I forget the gentleman's name, the attorney, sitting back there, Mr. Vangaro.
Maybe if you answer the phone, you know his name.
Go ahead. So I have a question for you. If we were to vote yes on this and allow public property to be sold or redeveloped or built affordable housing on there, would this set a precedent in future ones if someone wanted to take us to court and say, listen, you allowed that to happen on Route 9, I want to build that up. What's to prevent this happening, like a chain reaction, every piece of parcel that goes down in Toms River that we own, when we don't meet our mandate, we could be subject to turn around and actually go into court and say, well, you showed a precedent over there that it was okay to do it on Route 9. I don't know, it's a legal question, but I think that you probably have a little expertise. Did they come back to us at a later date and say, listen, you showed a precedent?
So if a municipality can protect itself from that. Okay.
Yes, sit down.
A municipality can protect itself from that scenario, because it's a very good question. The borough can protect itself from that scenario by placing lands into a ROSI, which basically makes them not developable, and therefore a non-profit group, a developer could not come in and point to those lands as lands that could be developed.
Which we did before this affordable housing round. We put lots of properties onto the ROSI list, and these were properties that were not on the ROSI list, not purchased with open space, and you can't have it both ways. You can't say that we need a different location potentially for the spot on 70 by Lake Ridge, and then vote this down, which would be an alternate location. You can't have it both ways and say you're not going to do anything about Hope's Crossing, and you're not providing.
Mayor, may I finish my vote, please?
Yeah, you never like the truth, so I'll stop talking since you want to stop the truth. Go ahead.
No, I just want to make my vote.
No, you just want to
tell Miss half-truths or lies and get away with it.
No, this is good. Everyone's filming it.
Yes.
This is
They're all
great.
filming me, and they're all filming you, and the entire town is gonna know what you did within a couple of days.
So, I just want to say, the last administration
They're gonna vote against the
bought
backup for Lake Ridge. They're about to vote
100
against the
acres
backup
of open
for Lake Ridge.
space. This administration has not bought 1 acre. He's giving away
Voting against
65 acres. So
And then
my
this doesn't give
vote
anybody
is
anything.
no. My
That's right.
vote is no.
This doesn't give anybody anything, and you're bringing us to the brink of a builder's remedy.
Okay, so
Councilman Coleman. you're-
By the applause of one group
let
of
the
people.
councilman vote, please.
He voted yes. You want it again?
No. Did you hear him?
I did, yes.
Okay, all right.
Councilman, what was your vote, Councilman Coleman again?
Okay, all right, so Clark, we're moving on to number 11.
Item 11 is an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River in the County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, repealing Chapter 363 Mobile Home Park, Section 2 Rent Leveling Board, and repealing Chapter 71 Statutory Boards and Commissions, subsection J Rent Leveling Board. This is a final reading, so we need public comment again.
Okay. Is there anyone in the audience that has a comment on number 11, ordinance number 11? This is the second reading.
Interpretation.
Irene Watson, Messenger Street. Can you explain this a little bit more? What does this mean to
So-
somebody who's living actually in a mobile home?
Right.
Okay, I think the mayor would like to explain this.
No, you guys wanted this on. I'm opposed to
Oh
it.
my God, okay.
I'm opposed to repealing it. I will explain why I'm opposed to repealing. I'm opposed to repealing it because it's a layer of protection for all of those people who live in that mobile home park, which is, these guys want to repeal it. Mr. Nivison is going to abstain. He's going to abstain because both he and his son work for the gentleman who owns the property that all those trailers are on. And once the board is gone, it will be a lot easier to jack up the rents.
Okay, wait, where is this property?
It's across from Lake Ridge. It's on the opposite side of Lake Ridge. And if all of those folks got pushed out of their trailer, a developer would come in. Oh, yes.
What's called Friendly Village?
Mrs. Watson? So, this came up,
Wait,
this,
is this what you call Friendly?
I don't know the name of the park, but it's right across. It's regulated by the board.
On Whitty and 7th.
And we'd be removing a protection. And if people's rents went up, they could potentially be forced out. And then that property would be developed. So this has been brought up by the council. They want to do this. I did not suggest doing this. I don't mind leaving an extra layer of protection for people who are unfortunate, senior citizens, a lot of them, folks that are disabled, and I think it's a real conflict of interest that these folks want to do this. I don't see any reason to leave the board in place as an extra check on this particular landowner. I don't support this. That's all I'll say.
Mrs. Watson,
You should not speak about it, Tom, because you're conflicted. Tom, you're not allowed to talk about it, you're conflicted.
Mayor!
I can talk about it.
No, you're not, you're conflicted, Tom. You're not allowed to speak on the issue.
I'm just gonna.
Tom, you're not allowed to speak on the issue. You're conflicted.
Shut your mouth.
Tom, I'm giving you good advice.
No, you've never given anyone good advice.
You're not allowed.
I'm just going to.
You're not allowed to talk about this, Tom. You're not allowed to talk about it, Tom. You work for the guy, you can't talk about it.
No,
this
you
came
don't work
up
for
a
the
month
guy.
ago.
You do, your son and you both work for Steinweiss. You both work for Steinweiss, and you're not allowed to vote on the issue. You're not supposed to talk about the issue on the
I
day.
can vote on it and I can talk on it. I consulted 2 lawyers. I can vote on it, I can talk about it, and he was all in favor of it. Your little boy there, smiling. He was all in favor
I
of
know
it.
what you're talking about.
Mrs. Watson, this came.
Smiley was all in favor of it.
I have never said I'm in favor of this.
No, Smiley, right next to you.
Who's smiling?
This.
The one who's smiling all the way to the bank.
Tom.
So, Mrs. Watson, this was brought to our attention at an agenda meeting a month ago. It was presented by the acting
You tried this at the last
business
meeting
administrator.
as well.
Stop.
You tried this at your meeting, the last meeting as well.
Stop. So we were told that this no longer is no longer needed because the state of New Jersey has taken this over. So it was redundant to have this board. And we
Doesn't
on
cost us
it.
anything,
It was
we're
present. And the lawyer chimed in too on this.
Redundant
So-
doesn't mean not required.
Okay, so.
Not necessary,
All
that's
right.
what it is.
Can I say something here?
So this is why it's on the agenda.
Then vote
So
it down.
they're using
Then
it
vote it
against
down.
us.
Vote it down,
Against us.
Dave.
But we did not present
Vote with us
this.
and vote it down,
This
then,
is
Dave.
the mayor and the business administrator
us
and
and
the
vote it
lawyer
down, Dave.
who put this on.
President
And
President.
apparently to make us look
Vote it
bad.
down, then, Dave.
Okay?
And vote it down.
Okay.
Ms.
So,
O'Toole wants to speak too, Dave.
does
I
that
did not
answer your
ask, I did
question?
not ask to have this put on.
May I have the floor for one moment, please?
Go ahead.
I believe that we should keep the rent leveling board in place, and that is. And the reason that I say this is because, not meaning any disrespect to the other side of the room, anybody that may be a Democrat and all, but this is a Democratic state. We in Toms River and this county is a Republican stronghold, so-called. They have, used the way I say this, screwed us on funding for the school. They've underfunded us because of this situation, and it goes on and on and on. And they will take advantage also with that board used by the state alone, where we have no control. And we do have a lot of senior citizens and people with infirmities and whatnot that live in not only that area, but other areas that need protection. And that's why I am voting to keep that board in place.
And we were also told that there's only one member on this board as of now. Only one member. So continue, please.
My question was, is this the mobile homes that are located on the corner of Whittier and Route 70? The name of it is Friendly Village. Is this what you're talking about?
No. All, I think it regulates, no.
Well, it pertains to everybody.
Yeah, it regulates all of those.
It regulates all of them?
Regulates all of them, yes.
All right. I personally know someone who lives in a mobile home who is just so completely down and out. And I would definitely want her, my cousin, to have all the protection she could get to keep her mobile home, to keep the rent where it is. If it goes up, she is in a cardboard box. Well, actually, she'd be in my house, which would be fine. But these people need all the protection they can get. They're not, let's just say, articulate enough to come in and fight their cause. They probably don't even know that this is going on. So again, these people are down and out in a very poor way, and just economically, physically, mentally, whatever the case is, they need all the protection they can get, and I hope this stays.
Okay, we agree with you. I agree with you 100%, just what you said. And we got snookered so good in this agenda meeting, you know, and lied to and told that this wasn't necessary, that it was redundant, it wasn't needed, the state is running it, so there's only one person on this board and they don't show up at the meetings. This is what we were told, and that's why we went along with it. It was presented by them.
You're a liar.
So,
You're
the
a
next
liar.
lady.
But at least we
Okay,
embarrass
it is
you into
not.
doing the right thing. At least we
course.
embarrass you into doing it.
Yeah.
Three
We have to
other
admit-
council members didn't vote for this last time around, and you pushed it.
You told them not to.
You told
My
us to
name
put it
is
back
Renee
on the agenda.
McNally.
Yes, please.
My name is Renee McNally. I am the senior property manager at Homestead Run Mobile Home Park in Toms River. I live in my community, and I'm 72 years old, so I am a senior and I am articulate. We have been having rent leveling for as long as I've been the manager and longer. It was a selling tool because we could not raise the lot rent more than 3.5%. So people were covered and they were protected. That we couldn't, whether the cost of living went over 3.5, we could not go over 3.5. That's it. The state has chosen to take that over. And this is applied to all mobile home parks in New Jersey. Not just Ocean County, it's all New Jersey. We now have to report to the state. It is the same information that we give to Toms River Rent Leveling Board. It is a redundant amount. You can save money by not having to pay an attorney or an accountant or anything like that that used to be on the board. We have the state covering that. We are mandated by them. We cannot go over 3.5%. And that's what we had here. So we're not doing anything worse than what we already had. Thank you.
Wait, so that we're clear, so you're saying that you could still be protected and the citizen and the residents and the people that live there if Toms River doesn't have a rent leveling board?
Absolutely.
100%.
Because whatever Toms River gets, the state, if Toms River doesn't like something, the state's going to override it anyway.
Okay.
Because we have to report to
So
them.
this is exactly what, I don't know how you showed up here or got here or whatever, but thank God you came to clear the air. And I don't think she's lying. I think she is the general manager.
I got my card on me.
Yeah, maybe you gotta show it to the attorney because he doesn't believe people that come up that aren't served letters. So this is exactly what we were presented in the agenda meeting, and that's why we put it on. Thank you so much. Make sure you get your card back.
That's all right, I have others.
Okay. All right. Is there anyone else that has a comment on this? Yes.
And according to Roderick and his henchmen, it's going to save the town money if we dissolve it. 15,000, isn't that right, Drew?
I thought you just said you didn't do this and you don't know anything about it. Now you're saying
I was
it's
there when you guys
15,000. I've never presented anything to
You
you.
did, right there.
Presented anything to you about this.
Oh, well, you could lie and he'll swear.
How did the woman know who works in the same place your family works know to come here tonight, Tom?
Because she reads the agenda.
You're so full of shit.
Come on, Dan, you really, Dan, you're so cute.
Public comment?
You are, you're such a scam artist.
I know,
Look at the face you made. It's comical.
I know, I'm crazy.
Right?
I
No,
need
you're
a
not
motion,
crazy, you're a
please,
crook.
to close public comment on number 11.
I am on already.
You have something to say on number
Save the
11?
animal shelter, she's gonna
You
say.
already had a motion.
We need to,
I need a motion.
We're on number
I need a
11.
second.
You had a motion.
I can't hear.
Toms River, New Jersey.
I have something to say to this mayor. Shut up.
No.
Council President, we're on a motion to close public. We need
Make
a
the
vote.
motion.
Motion to close public
Okay,
portion.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Thank you, and a
Who's
second.
One second.
Councilman Bianchini.
Thank you. All in favor to close public comment?
Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, who wants to make a motion on this ordinance for or
I make a
against?
motion.
You can't make a motion against something, Dave. You can't make a motion against something.
I am making a
Let's say
motion
can.
against
They
the
could vote.
ordinance.
Oh, yeah, they don't make a motion against, they make a motion if they want to pass it, they make a second if they want to pass it, and then people vote.
Okay.
It's getting late, everybody's a little tired, but we still gotta follow the rules. You make a motion for the person that wants to pass it, makes a motion, a second, and then a vote. We don't have
I'll make the
votes.
motion.
Okay, we got a motion.
Yes.
Motion to pass was made by Councilman Bradley. We need a second. Seconded by Councilman Bianchini. Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini,
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson,
Yes.
Council President
I retired from landscaping. I know you got work there.
Your son does, and you just said you got snookered, and now you're showing everybody that you lied. You said you got snookered, and now you're voting for it. Which is it? Did you get snookered, or is it your ordinance? Is it your ordinance, or did you get snookered?
Mayor, please.
You guys put it on there. It's not my ordinance. It's a resolution.
I help our president. I help the president of the United States. Look at what you gotta deal with just on the town level.
We're on your vote, Council President.
I'm the last one.
Your votes now. I can.
Your vote, you vote now.
Okay, I vote yes on the testimony that was given.
Councilman Coleman.
No, I also don't want you to state any more authority than they have. They screwed up big time. And at least we might have some input if we have our own unit doing this. Secondly, everybody's all concerned about homelessness. Well, guess what, folks? You're going to have people bailing out because a lot of these people are living on the edge. So if you want to do that, you're contributing to the homeless problem potentially. So I vote absolutely no.
Councilman Eber.
No.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
No.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're going to move on to number
Item 12.
All right, we're on to number 12.
We're on to item 12. It's a second reading. It's an ordinance of the Township Council of the Township of Toms River, County of Ocean, State of New Jersey, amending and supplementing Chapter 50 of the Township Code to mandate minimum staffing levels for the police department.
This is the second reading, correct?
Second reading again, so we do need a public comment.
Is there anyone in the public that has a comment on ordinance number 12? Okay. Seeing none, I need a motion to close public comment.
Motion to close.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay,
Make a motion to move it.
is there a second? Okay.
Motion to approve was made by Council Vice President Iverson, seconded by Councilman Bradley. Council Vice President Iverson.
Yes.
Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini.
I looked at this really hard on the first reading. When I got back to my desk the next morning, I had a veto letter on my desk from the mayor. It said this ordinance is unfair to all officers eligible to take the upcoming potential test. I have to make sure that everybody's aware that there was actually a list prior to us even getting involved in this where people were going to be hired, and the mayor took it upon himself to get rid of that list because there was a certain individual on that list that he didn't deem that should be working for the Toms River Police Department. So being said all that,
I didn't veto anything yet. I don't know what you're talking
yes, I
about.
have it in front of me right here, right there, veto, right there. Yeah, see that? So anyway, what I did is I started looking into it a little bit more. I spent numerous hours on this, and I have to say that I took the 5 largest municipalities in Ocean County, which was Lakewood, Toms River, Bricktown, Jackson, and Manchester. And then what I did is I did a spreadsheet from everything from the population, the police officers, the land size, the residents, literally the age of each community, the police per square miles, the police population per pupil, and also the average for the top 3 and the top 5. So when it came out, when I got done with everything, Lakewood has the most residents in Lakewood. They have 139,000. Toms River is close with 95,500. Bricktown is close to us at 74,000. Then it comes to Jackson and Manchester. They're a lot less. They have a lot more square miles. But the problem is 50% of both of Lakewood, Jackson and Manchester, 50% of the land that they own or they have is either conservation, military, pinelands, and stuff like that. So if you take that, it's 50% of that, their square miles is not nowhere as the size of their land mass. So when I got into digging it even farther there, our land mass for Lakewood is actually 25 square miles. Toms River is 40.5 square miles because I took out the water. Bricktown is 25.5 square miles, which is close to the same as Lakewood. And Jackson was 100, but if you take out half of that, it's only 50 square miles. And then Manchester was 81 square miles. Being said all that, the average age for Lakewood is 18 years old. Toms River's average age is 43. Bricktown is 45. Jackson's 41. And Manchester's 64. So now what I did is I turned out all of the police officers that we have, because Toms River has 144 on staff. Lakewood's got 160 on staff, plus another 50 civilian. And then Bricktown has 146. Now, Bricktown has 146 police officers, and they're only 25 square miles. We have 40 square miles. We have 15 square miles more. When I turned around and I did the average for the top three, it came out to 3.9 police officers per square mile. When I did the top five, I'm sorry, it came out to 3.9. When I did the top three, it came out to 5.2 police officers, because we have more square miles and we have more population and land mass. Come to my conclusion with all this, that Toms River should have 210 police officers. That's boots on the ground. Okay? If I took Jackson and compared it to ours, Jackson has 145. They're at 7.5 police officers per square mile. We'd be at 228. Now, by no means do I think that for a second that we should have 210 police officers or 228 police officers. But asking for 160 police officers just to get us up to speed and get where we should be, I don't think that we should turn around and take politics over public safety. And the other thing that I want to make sure is that everybody realizes that this doesn't even take into consideration Bricktown and Toms River in the summertime. We get probably another 25% from all the people coming to the Jersey Shore, which puts a burden on our police department. And I will tell you this, if we don't start to get somewhere in the proximity of 160 to 175 police officers, people are going to start to call out work, they're going to go on workman's comp. I know how the system works. We're not going to win it. Now, I will say that I did hear that they're trying to go through hiring some police officers. I don't want to hire a handful. We have to take it. I want boots on the ground. I'm not talking about lieutenants, sergeants, and captains and all that stuff. I want to have boots on the ground, so that people are actually patrolling the streets at night while we're sleeping. Also, pulling people over that are running these red lights. I want to make sure that everybody feels secure in Toms River, and just the perception of seeing a lot more police in our community puts a mindset out there that they feel secure. And we're all getting to the point where when you pick up the phone, you expect someone to be there. I don't want to pick up the phone and it's calling 911 and the police say, look, I'd love to send somebody, but I don't have anybody to send. It's a reality. We need more boots on the ground, and I want to see that we get this to that point. So for that reason, I'm voting yes.
Thank you.
Council President Sikosi.
Yes, for all the reasons what Councilman Bianchini said, and we all remember what happened almost 2 years ago. This auditorium was completely filled, and we saw what has happened over the last 2 years to our police department, and who left, who remains, cars on the road. An excellent point. In the summertime, we are undermanned. So I vote yes.
Councilman Coleman.
No, I got a problem with this because, first of all, I don't believe this is legal. I believe it's up to the mayor. He's the one that dictates these kinds of policies. And of course, the chief of police should be involved heavily in this. And the other good news is, yes, I've been a part of interviews, and we have quite a few very good candidates, and they're just going through background checks, and we'll be upping the number of policemen very shortly. And I also wonder what's really behind this. I don't know, is it that because we lost 2 captains? Is that what this is all about?
That's exactly what it is. I don't even know anybody on the police department. Why would you come out with something like that?
Let them talk.
Yeah, it's disgusting. They make all kinds of stuff.
So I'm voting no.
Councilman Bieber.
I'm voting no because it's not legal for the council to tell the mayor how many police officers are.
Can I just would like to just make one comment? Oh, I'm not allowed to, I can't,
All right, so are we done with this vote?
Councilwoman O'Toole?
No, because this should be the job of the mayor, not the council.
Okay.
It shouldn't be the job of the mayor, it should be the only job for the police chief. He should have no input in it.
So we're done and I get the opportunity now to speak?
Okay, no, moving on.
You just said I would.
No,
I was addressed and it's Robert's rules.
No, I did not.
And you brought me up and I have a right to speak.
No. Okay, so we're moving on.
You are Democrat. Yes, you are. You don't give anybody an opportunity.
Democrat,
That's exactly it. Well, you and Lynn, we know how liberal you are, Tom. We know. What do you want? So, you're not gonna let me talk about the interviews and the process and?
I need a motion.
No need to spin it, that we're hiring?
For the time.
Right.
And keeping this meeting.
And all of the retirees are being
I need a
replaced, you want to talk
motion
about that?
to table ordinance 13, 14, and 15 until the next meeting. Yes. Yes.
Okay.
It's just going to take too much time tonight, folks.
Can I put in a quick discussion on 13 and 14?
No, we'll take them now.
But why not 15?
And 15 too? Sure.
Okay, but
Table.
why?
Table, we'll talk about it, table.
The mayor spoke.
Is that fine?
You're the council president, but I do have some information that I think.
All right, everybody willing to stay here later?
No.
Or,
So, if the mayor's in agreement, we're going to table this. Okay, so, all right, I need a motion either for,
I make a motion to table these.
okay?
Second.
Is there a second?
Second.
okay, so for the record, a motion to table items 13, 14, and 15 was made by Councilwoman O'Toole, seconded by Councilman Bianchini. Councilwoman O'Toole?
Okay, but I just want to say, if somebody wants to continue, you can vote opposite, all right? Not to go on, all right? So, you don't have to go
Just
over the
voting
motion.
to table it.
Yep, that's right.
To table all three. So Councilwoman O'Toole?
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini?
Yes.
Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson?
No.
Council President Sekozy?
Yes.
Councilman Aber?
No.
Councilman Coleman? To table. Can you repeat that, Councilman? Sorry. So items for the record again, items number 13, 14, and 15 on tonight's agenda have been tabled. We're going to move on to the consent agenda. Oh no, I'm sorry, item number 16.
I need to make a motion to add a resolution.
Okay. Is there a second? Do we need to vote on this, Lord?
To add a resolution?
Yes.
You can bring it from the floor, but we need to read it into the record, right?
Yeah. Okay. So we have a motion and a second.
Should we read it first before we?
Yes. Okay.
Okay, I'm making a motion for a resolution of no confidence in Mayor Daniel Roderick, and I will read this into the record. Whereas the mayor of Toms River, Daniel Roderick, has consistently demonstrated a pattern of administrative negligence and
Administrative negligence.
disregard for the.
No, I'm not gonna let him read it. I'm gonna talk over you like you talk over me. That's what I'm gonna do.
Go ahead.
I'm gonna talk over it like you talk over me.
No.
Yes.
No.
Yes.
Don't speak.
Why didn't you do the FUA? Why not? Why not? Why didn't you do anything about the highway? I'm not. I'm gonna do what you do to me.
Shut the fuck up!
Oh, look at that.
Please.
Shows what your supporters are really like. Show exactly what your supporters are like.
I'll start again.
Go ahead, start again.
Whereas the mayor of
Tom, you're
Daniel Roderick has consistently demonstrated A pattern of administrative negligence.
Negligence, what's my negligence,
Disregard
Tom?
for the will of the residents.
Tom, what's my negligence?
Resulting in the breakdown of essential municipal services.
Tom,
and
what
public
what
rights.
municipal services broke down?
Whereas the mayor failed to
Yeah.
perform due
Tom.
diligence in securing timely joint insurance
Tom, what
renewals.
what
The
due
JIF,
diligence? What are you talking
creating an
about, Tom?
entire.
You shut up so we
Can we
know.
have him removed?
No, he can't remove me, Tom. I have the right to be in the meeting.
You are a guest.
No, I'm not a guest. No, I'm not a guest. Can you please set that on the
Shut
record?
his mic off, please.
No, you're not gonna shut my mic off, Tom. I'm the mayor, Tom. I'm the mayor, Tom, and no matter what you say, I'll be the mayor, and you will not be councilman again next year. You are gonna get thrown out of office.
Less,
No
Dan.
matter how many
I don't
liberal
care.
wackos you bring in here to yell and scream, the
Liberal
good
wackos.
people of Toms River are gonna throw you out
Liberal
next year.
wackos of Toms River.
You are gonna get thrown out next
Constable,
year.
can you please,
All right, what do you want me to do? Ask the
Please can't take me out.
I am asking the police
He's
to
not allowed
remove
to take me
him.
out, he's got the statute, he knows I have a right to be in this meeting, Tom.
Well, then you
so shut up and listen.
I have a right to be in the meeting, and I have a right to talk. That's called the First Amendment, Tom.
Could you please ask the mayor to be quiet, please?
He's not gonna ask me to be quiet.
What?
He's not. He's not. He's not. I have a right to be at the meeting, I have a right to speak.
And I have a right to read a resolution.
So he,
into the record.
And I have a right to talk
he
over
has
you.
the right to interrupt and nobody else does. Is
He's
that
not the
correct?
interpreter of that.
Is that correct?
Yeah, he wants you to discuss it in private.
No, I just asked
No,
you to ask him to be quiet. That's all I asked.
He's not allowed to just ask me to be quiet. Because he's an employee.
All right.
That's why he's not allowed to ask that, and you're bringing an employee in to a problem between us. He can do something about the public speaking over you. He's an employee, and you're bringing him and dragging him into
So
that.
are you.
No, I'm not. I'm not.
Be
I'm
quiet.
not. No, I'm not.
You are the law.
No, you gotta get a job, buddy. Stop screaming.
The mayor has created a
You gotta get a
unanimous.
job.
Right,
You gotta get a
Get a
job.
job.
You gotta get a job. Stop.
Everyone be quiet,
Everyone.
please, please, please.
I wanna know what's
Respect our
negligent,
town.
Tom. Tell me what's
Look,
negligent.
why are you doing
The
this?
mayor has
Why
created
Why are you
an
doing
entirely
this?
manufactured crisis.
A manufactured crisis, we're gonna have a,
Risk
we're gonna have,
of
we're gonna have to go
liability
before the
coverage.
judge in a few days.
The town employees and police officers
You
until
are a
December
clown.
31st,
Clown.
2025, and whereas despite
Total clown.
the 2024 efficiency study,
Who's been arrested like 6 times
police department
for hitting women,
was
running
running
violent with other women in ShopRite,
mayor has
stealing,
over
stealing, beating women.
When I asked you about having the mayor removed, and you said at the council's ask and request.
Why do you think you're not out of order, Dana? Why do you feel like you're out of
I told you
order?
to ask him to be quiet.
I gave her permission to speak.
I did, I asked him. You don't like it.
No,
Threatening
no,
him by
I,
having him here because he knows that his job is on the line with you, same as
no,
everyone
his
else.
job is
who
not
works.
online, he has
That's why
chief
we
bill
have
of
the
rights, he knows
Constitution.
what his rights are, and he knows what mine are, because he's a professional.
Yeah.
And he's not political like the last
I had a
chief.
conversation
He's
with
not
the chief.
political like the
I
last
had a
chief.
conversation with the chief, and his word to me was, if the council president asked to have the mayor removed, that's a discussion to be had. Chief, you said it, we had that chat, and I emailed you about it.
And you're the authority there. When was the last time you held a
You know
job?
what the thing is, I
You're just a crazy lunatic liberal who comes to this meeting to scream from the back. You scream from the back. You do.
Okay,
You do.
sit, all right.
And I'm being taped by another liberal lunatic.
At least I have the respect of my peers.
Who is your peer? Other unemployed people that do nothing all day? Who's your peer? Who's your
I
peer?
work 60
Who's
hours
your
a
peer?
week.
You don't work.
60 hours a week.
You don't work.
Mrs. Tamol, sit
60 hours
down,
a week.
please.
You don't work.
What do you work?
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
you were at the bridge yesterday at 2 p.m.
Yes, on a personal day, doing business.
Call me a name.
I didn't call your name.
You better not.
Oh, what, is that a threat also?
Whereas, despite a
You got the balls to come to the people, have the balls to defend yourself like a man.
Carlos.
This is such a shit show.
Yeah, you made it a shit show, Dan. Because you're a big piece of shit. And you should go back to fucking Jersey City where you were. So go back there. Don't fucking
fucking disparage anybody in this fucking town, you low-life piece of shit. I'm tired of your fucking shit, and so is everybody else in this town. Demonic. I think we need an exorcist.
He's definitely an exorcist. He's definitely an exorcist. Look, look at Smiley there laughing. Tom, how many times did you violate that restraining order yet your ex-wife had against you? How many? I know. Maybe what you did to a woman in the shop right there, not your band.
I think I strangled.
How about the young man that you are on video banging on his windows when you boxed him into an 18-year-old kid you boxed in just 2 years ago in the driveway and banging on his fucking window?
You begged me to let him go because some powerful rabbi was gonna. You called me a powerful rabbi was gonna stop the elections. You got it. Don't press charges.
You're a lunatic, Tommy. You have been arrested so many times, I'm surprised you're allowed to hold office.
You know what?
But you're going to say that like I am doing something to this town. I am bad. You just put us in a situation where we're going to have a builder's remedy, and you're going to say I'm negligent. You are so negligent and so out of your mind. And I hope you're filming.
I am ignoring you, basically, but I'm going to continue.
You're going to continue about negligence.
Whereas, despite a 2024 efficiency study confirming the Toms River Police Department was running effectively, the mayor has presided over a significant decline
Where's the efficiency study?
dropping from 163
How many pages are in the efficiency study, Tom?
to an estimated 100.
Have you ever picked up a copy in town hall, Tom?
Whereas, the mayor has...
Have you ever picked up a copy of the efficiency study, Tom? Or is this just another one of your liberal wackos who write all this stuff?
To restore Toms River Police Department positions, choosing instead to move forward with staffing cuts.
Who wrote that for you,
and
Tom?
administrative maneuvers
Never asked for the
that have
efficiency
severely
study.
impacted department morale. And whereas the mayor has unilaterally shut down the Toms River Animal Shelter in June 2024, dismissing a petition from thousands of residents to keep it open and ignoring the availability of a $1 million donation dedicated to
The animal shelter,
and whereas the mayor has undermined the administrative integrity of the township by appointing Warren Drew Chabot, otherwise known as the Little, to a critical role in the business administrator, originally hired as a director of recreation and to bring in the shopping carts at night, promptly elevating him to a position of acting business administrator with a significantly increased salary of $175,000. Despite public concerns regarding his qualifications, lack of educated degree for the positions and lack of prior municipal management experiment for a town of Toms River size. And whereas, the mayor further damaged public trust by pushing for the appointment of Donald Burke as special counsel for the township in May 24th, despite failing to disclose at the time of the 4-3 vote that Burke was simultaneously representing the mayor personally in high-stakes tenure litigation against the Middletown Township School District, and whereas the mayor and administration has failed to effectively enforce rental inspections and code enforcement, while simultaneously engaging in contentious affordable housing negotiations that were initially marked by legal disputes over state mandates before seeking council approval of a pressured settlement negotiated by the mayor, and whereas the Township Council served as a legislative body responsible for ensuring municipal governance is conducted in a professional, respectful manner, whereas on March 10, 2026, Mayor Roderick issued a written communication to residents of an official Township of Toms River letterhead regarding the township's affordable housing obligations, and whereas the March 10, 2026 communication urged residents to contact certain members of the Township Council, including the personal cellular telephone numbers of Councilman Robert Bianchini, Tom Nivison, David Sikosi, and Clinton Bradley, and whereas the use of official municipal communications to publicly disseminate personal contact information of elected officials without their consent raises serious concerns regarding personal privacy, safety, and the appropriate use of municipal resources, and whereas the Township Council believes that this action represents a serious lapse in judgment and undermines the cooperative working relationship necessary between the executive and legislative branches of municipal government.
You think you're
And
going to
whereas the mayor has engaged
brought us
in personal
to
attacks
a
against
builder's
the
remedy
township
today, you think that you're going to distract with this ridiculous resolution? The people are going to be outraged
fostering a
tomorrow.
hostile,
They're going to be outraged no
governing.
matter what your resolution
Now
says.
therefore, be it resolved,
No
that
matter
the
what.
Township
No matter what it
Council
says.
of the Toms River hereby express its vote of no confidence in Mayor Daniel Roderick for his continued failures in leadership, administrative competence, and disregard for the safety and well-being of the residents
I'm
of
sure.
Toms River, adopted this 11th day of March 2026, approved as a legal form, certified as a true copy of the resolution adopted by the council.
This is why
day,
parents turn
March
out their
11th,
buddy got thrown out of
2026.
office because he did these kind of things.
Guess what? I wrote it.
You didn't write that.
I wrote this.
No, you didn't. Tom.
It took me a few weeks, but I wrote it.
You did not write that, Tom.
Thank you, ChatGPT.
You did not write. Well, exactly. You did not write that, Tom. You did not write that.
It helped me.
It didn't help you, Tom. You're helpless. Hopeless. And the people are going to hold you accountable, each and every one of you, for what you did with affordable housing tonight.
Yeah,
and it doesn't matter what show, and they're going to hold you accountable for leaving the MUA.
Everyone knows what you're doing to this
They're
town.
going to hold you accountable for the MUA and leaving them with health care and tabling the ordinance. They're going to hold you accountable for removing the board that governs the very entity that pays your son. They're going to hold you all accountable. And you're not going to be able to hide
I'm ready to be held accountable. How's that?
I know you are.
I'm ready to be held accountable.
I know you are.
Because you know what? You're such a minute little piece of...
I know, I'm a minute little guy.
You don't exist in my world.
A minute little guy.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
The motion was made by Councilman Iverson. Need a second?
I'll second it.
Councilman Iverson.
Yes.
Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
No.
Councilman Bianchini.
Yes.
Council President Sikosy.
Yes.
And Councilman Coleman. No. And Councilman Aber.
No.
Council President, if you'd like, I can explain to the public what that resolution accomplishes.
No, thank you.
He knows it does nothing and it's ridiculous. But they do it anyway because they're ridiculous
More
people.
effective form of
They don't even add to that. Just let them do it.
I'm just saying, a recall would be far more effective if you could get one of those.
Be quiet.
Well, I'll tell you what, everybody up here, like Bradley who voted against that, he's going to be very easily recalled because he put us into a builder's remedy. Not going to be very hard. No one will have to fake signatures.
So now we're on the consent agenda?
No one will have to fake it.
It'll
be very easy for somebody to recall him and replace him on the council. Very, very easy after doing this to our community.
We're on number 16?
For developers that you're in bed with.
Item number 16 is a resolution of the Township Council, Township of Toms River, Ocean County, New Jersey, introducing, approving, and establishing the date for a public hearing on the 2026 Toms River Special Improvement District. It's a budget resolution, so it does need 2 readings. This is the first.
Now they're going to raise taxes on businesses. Go ahead, Dave.
We saved 11 million.
Dave, raise taxes on businesses for this private entity. Go ahead. The private bid, you're going to raise taxes tonight. You put this on the agenda. You insisted. It increases their budget, increases taxes on businesses downtown for your buddy Robert Shea, the same buddy that you were going to pass that Wawa and give him the street. Go ahead, raise taxes on businesses now. Go ahead.
There's no public comment on this.
Yes, go ahead. Just vote and try to raise taxes on this.
Come forward.
There's no public comment. We really got to stay here longer.
Allowing it. And this is on number 16?
Yes, in the past, you have allowed public comment on resolutions.
That's correct.
I don't understand.
Sir, if I can interject, that's on the second reading. You'll have an opportunity on the second reading.
This is not a resolution, it's an ordinance.
This is a resolution.
It's a resolution, but it's a budget resolution.
So it's effectively an ordinance.
It's not an ordinance. It's
It
a
re-
resolution. It's not put under ordinance. It's first reading.
But
It requires 2 readings.
Yeah, it requires 2 readings.
Tax-
You could probably speak in less time than we can find, so go ahead. You can speak in less
All
time.
I want to know is all this is the introduction that's been done forevermore. I've been coming to meetings for 25 years. that
That's
you
correct.
approve and allow an introduction.
Well, you're like
This
a
is
lawyer.
not on
You're like a
time.
lawyer.
Am I correct?
It's an increase in taxes on
No,
businesses.
It is not.
No, it's not.
Yes,
There
it
may
is.
be, there may be information.
It's an increase in taxes on businesses in downtown in that budget that they will
Allowing them
pass.
then to be heard and present their budget. That's all it is. It's the same thing as like
Nonsense.
when you all screwed up the fire budget.
Nonsense.
Okay, that's
Nonsense.
All right, thank you.
Nonsense. You love lawyering up for them. I don't know how they
Yeah,
won you
I should be a
over.
lawyer. I know more than what
No, you don't. And you just like it,
We
you
need,
know.
Okay, roll call, please.
we need a first and a second.
It's like rock rolling.
We need a first and a second on this resolution.
I'll motion it.
There we go. Motion to increase taxes from Bill Bradley.
And a
Or
second.
Bradley, what's his first name? He's so unforgettable.
Bianchini, second.
Motion was made by Councilman Bradley, seconded by Councilman Bianchini. Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini.
Yes.
Council Vice President Iverson.
Yes. Doesn't work.
Council President Sikosi.
Yes.
Councilman Coleman. No. Councilman Eber.
No.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Shocker. The real Republicans vote against raising taxes.
Yeah, so
And
no
fake
street
liberals in bed
fairs,
with Bob Shane
no
and
downtown
developers.
lights.
No, there's already a tax, but you want to raise it. You want to raise it because Bob told you so, and you're all
Okay,
puppets,
move on to
people
the
like that.
consent agenda, please.
Moving on to the consent agenda, all matters listed under the item consent agenda will be enacted by one motion in the form listed below. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired on any item, that item will be considered separately.
Okay, is there anyone in the audience that has a resolution to pull on this? Sorry.
It's okay.
No? Is there anyone on council that has questions on anything?
Councilman Sikosi, should we get an explanation on F?
F? Okay.
I'm sorry. Where's let's see.
North Beach is off there.
That's what I was looking for. I apologize.
You took off the Arthur Beach out thing.
Sorry.
So it's F or no?
No.
No, nothing. Okay, all right. Okay. All right, so you have questions, sir?
Was there an official vote on ordinance 10 or not?
Ordinance 10?
Yeah.
Yes. What was the vote? Yes or no?
It was 3-3-1. 3 days, 3 nays, and an abstain.
What's that?
We, believe it or not, I'd have to look into that. Each of these situations are different. Courts can rule different ways on whether different combos are considered passing or not. So stay tuned.
Public comment on the resolution.
I'm sorry.
Nobody commented.
Okay, all right. All right, so I need a motion to approve the consent agenda.
I'll second it.
Second?
Well, for clarity, nothing's being pulled off, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Everything?
All right. So motion to approve the entire consent agenda with nothing being pulled off was, I believe, made by Council President Sikosi.
No. Vice Chair Rice.
Council Vice President Iverson, seconded by Councilman Bradley.
Correct.
Council Vice President Iverson.
Yes.
Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini.
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi.
Yes.
Councilman Coleman. Councilman Aber.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Okay, moving on to the reports.
Motion to move the reports.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Motion to move the
Councilwoman O'Toole.
motion to move the reports was made by Councilman Iverson, seconded by Councilwoman O'Toole. Councilman Iverson.
Yes.
Councilwoman O'Toole.
Yes.
Councilman Bradley.
Yes.
Councilman Bianchini.
Yes.
Councilman Sikosi.
Yes.
Councilman Coleman. Councilman Aber. Moving on to the bills.
Need a motion for approval of bills? Okay.
Just like it to be brought up to the public that, we have a certain media outlet out there that is used as propaganda against us, and on this bill list, we would be paying them $14,664 to bash us. So just letting you all know that is what we spend. It's about $3,666 a month, and all they do is write the most utter garbage about people that have done nothing wrong and stick up for people. So that's all I have to say.
All right. So we need a motion on the bills except for that one?
Shore Media and Marketing.
Okay. All right, is there a second?
Who made the motion, Councilman Bradley?
Yes.
I'll second it.
Motion was made for the bills by Councilman Bradley, seconded by Councilman Iverson. Councilman Bradley?
Yes, for the exception of Shore Media and Marketing LLC.
You have to state the number of the bill. That is the law. So you need to state the number of it.
-00223. Note that one.
And your
Just for the
reason
balance.
was that you didn't like what they wrote, right?
It's propaganda, and it's wrong that
He didn't like what I
absolute lies, and we shouldn't be paying somebody with our tax dollars to write the most heinous stuff about people in this town.
Is that what that's what your thoughts are as far as you believe that was what the payment was for?
It's probably what it's
I believe.
I would like you to go on the record as well, Mr. Chikose. Go on the record why you're not going to pay the bill.
There's no counter. There's no
Go on the
opposition.
record. Go on the record why you're not going to pay the bill. Go ahead. Keep going.
It's not my turn to vote. Okay.
Go on the
He's
record.
setting you up right now.
Yeah, I know that.
Establish a record, so don't answer his question.
You already did. You already did.
He's trying to elicit
You sure you don't want to just either vote for or
I
abstain?
did not.
Maybe you
It's
should
not my
just
turn to
abstain.
vote.
Maybe the attorney should advise you to abstain. You should each probably abstain now. You know, I think you should abstain. I'm giving you great advice.
Councilman Iverson.
Get the attorney's opinion.
Yes.
Get the,
Councilman Bianchini.
Yes.
Councilman Chikose.
Yes, except for Shore News Network. And for the reason is that they're only one-sided. They don't give the opposition a chance to state or counter what.
you're going to get the town sued
Okay.
because the four of you are idiots.
All right. Thank you.
Complete idiots. You can't not pay somebody because you don't like what they write. You are an idiot. The four of you need to talk to the attorney.
Okay.
I keep telling you to talk to the attorney. You don't talk to the attorney, you're going to get the town sued. You do dumb things on a
You're
regular
going to
basis.
get the money back.
You are so
You're gonna get a
stupid,
kickback
David. It is
for that.
unbelievable.
You're setting
You
this up.
can't even talk to the attorney. I mean, it's unreal. You write things without talking to the attorney.
Councilman Coleman. Councilman Aber.
I have to abstain from PO number 26-00581, PO number 26-00984, and abstain from PO number 26-00811. All the rest, yes.
Who are they to?
And Councilwoman LaFleur.
In its entirety.
Okay, did you hear her? Okay, so, all right. So we're going to put public comments first over elected officials' comments. So anyone in the public, please come forward with your comments. And we have a running clock that we're going to adhere to. And please address me. Look at me and address me.
There goes the coward. Bye, coward. No. So you're not leaving? I don't care. You can call me anything you want. But you're sticking around for public comment.
Don't start getting going yet.
He's going to go tell him to shut the feed off.
He's going to tell me you're racist.
All right, Carlos, let it rip while he's still here.
Carlos Evans, our winner here. Guys, we have a lot of work these next few days coming up. That leadership right there,
no leadership.
We know. Yes, sir. You know, what he's doing right now, he's baiting you guys into the wrong direction. Chris. Drew. Sorry, Drew. Long night. Drew. I hope you're doing your job over there to get our town better. Because your boss right now, he's losing it. Unfortunately, he's not a full-time boss. You don't want to recognize it, but it's you because Elena is no longer here. So step up, brother. Guys, with this stuff that is about the affordable home, that is a very serious situation that we're in. I hate to admit it, but we are in a lose-lose situation. And you guys got to get to work on it. Because maybe we can find a solution in these couple of days. But the only way we're going to find a solution is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Unfortunately, the 6 and 7 are not here. Sit down and talk about this. Because with him,
Carlos, I know
we're
not invited to these conversations. So what can we do to rectify it? I'm listening. If we're not invited and we're presented at the last minute, the last day, and do it, what are we supposed to do?
So you guys got to take it up the ladder, take Trenton, and tell her that this guy is putting our town down.
We tried that.
Let's put the pressure, and in return, you got to advise our mayor of when he's doing wrong, when he's name calling people, because that is a lawsuit against our town. For name calling, you heard my name mentioned twice so far. So those name calling are opening our town for lawsuit because I'm a special ed guy. I feel that I'm being disrespected every time. I feel like I'm being baited every time that I come to this meeting to lose my head so he can have his shenanigans. Because the only way he keep winning is by making us go crazy.
Every time.
So we need to start working together. The Jewish community is not backing them up. The Republicans, none of them are backing them up. So guess what? We are not Republican, we are not Democrat, we are humans. It's time we unite a town and let's start working together. I understand he's headed. I get that. But you guys have a lot of power that you guys could create his headache into a bigger headache. So guys, put the pressure on his man.
Okay. Thank you. Yes, sir. Just state your first name and your last name again for the record.
Joe Vigna, V-I-G-N-A, 2911 Rock Hill Lane.
Thank you.
Guys, I'll be honest with you, I have no words. What I witnessed tonight, I can't describe without getting into language I shouldn't use. Okay? I don't know who's got a stake in what game, okay? But as I watched what went on tonight, and I don't see the mayor here. But from a 50,000 point view, it was an absolute disgrace. You people are here to represent us and do the best you can for us. And I'm not saying that you're not trying to do that, but the way you go about doing it has me scratching my head. The mayor yells and screams. You, sir, yell and scream. And what happens is, we've got other people up here that are going about their business, okay, in a somewhat of a professional manner, okay? And up until 10 minutes ago, I was looking at this thing and saying, okay, I don't know if they're doing their best. I don't know whose interest they've got at heart. But there's two people up here that are just tearing this thing down. Well, you know what? You added a third. When a member of the council in a public meeting with a mixed audience starts dropping the F-bomb to everybody, as far as I'm concerned, the rest of you have been dragged into the sewer by those three people. Do what's best for us. And if you would stop the yelling and screaming, maybe you wouldn't get all these people yelling and screaming
or some woman walking up to the microphone and telling him to go F off. So it starts with the head. It's an old Italian spread, you cut off the head. Okay? So I ask you guys, I implore you guys, no matter how much one person or another person starts to drag you all in the gutter, dig your feet in, okay? Find a way professionally to get the meetings back under the control and do what's right for the people. Because I'm only one guy, I don't know any of you, okay? But from what I saw tonight, it was an absolute disgrace. Thank you.
And it's Julie Admet, 69 Cedar Grove Road in Toms River. I'm going to change the subject altogether and talk about Charles Drive in Toms River, which had gotten a grant for road improvements because it's in deplorable shape. But last week there was an incident where I was driving south on Charles Drive, heading to Route 37. A tow truck came off of Route 37 and pulled on the wrong side of the street, which was the west side, facing the wrong direction in the area where there are signs posted saying no stopping or parking, prior to the business on the opposite side of the road that does vehicular work and parked there. Meanwhile, around the area of that business on the east side of the street, it is all parked up with a long line of vehicles that spill over from their large parking area, making it difficult for motorists to get down the street safely, since there are all these obstacles obstructing the roadway. This is a very busy street with probably 1,000 cars a day, with people using it as a shortcut. These issues need to be addressed. It seems to me that there should be police intervention, including a dialogue with the business owners, that does the vehicular repair, and local tow truck companies to put a stop to this. Thank you for your attention remedying these dangerous road conditions. This was sent to the township engineer, the council president, Mr. Bianchini, the councilman, and the acting business administrator. I'm bringing it up in public forum because we have police we had the police chief here. Hopefully he's still here. Because the police department needs to intervene. We should not be having tow trucks on that street, parking and facing the wrong direction on the wrong side of the road. And a neighbor of mine told me yesterday that almost every other day when they travel on the road, that they're seeing these tow trucks on this street. And they also said that coming out of the bank, that people are not stopping at the stop sign, and I've seen the same thing. So this needs, it's not only the roads are deplorable, and there's all these potholes right now on this road that need to be tended to, but we also have this obstacle course with tow trucks and all this other nonsense going on. The other thing I want to call to your attention is the police department in Piscataway. There was a story on News 12 recently about their police campaign for safe roads, and I would just encourage the council to do a little research on the Piscataway Police Department and how they are, the strategies that they're implementing. Because we have the mayor who took over the police department and is destroying the police department. And we need a sense of reason and people that are objective to look into some things that can be done with the police department to get it back on track, to reduce the accidents and make the roads safe and get people to adhere to traffic laws. Because this news story demonstrated some very simple things that Piscataway is doing that are to address traffic laws. and there's no reason that Toms River could not be implementing the same thing. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Pat Claswell, Orton Beach. I just have a recommendation. I know I did it the last time too. The meeting starts at 6:30. It's now 10:30, so it's been a 4-hour meeting. What you should do is the executive session should be held before the meeting starts. So if the meeting starts at 6:30, do executive session at 6. I believe that's what the school districts do, because we shouldn't have to, we're giving up our time to come and listen to what's going on, and you're making us give up time sitting here.
That's an excellent point. Totally agree. I'd like to ask our counselor, are we able to do that going forward? Look into it, or are we able to do it by law?
We should be able to. This is the mechanism of how we would effectuate it, whether it's an ordinance or resolution.
Okay. All right. That's an excellent point, and I agree with you.
Another thing is, should council and the mayor and the business administrator be on their phones during the meeting? I thought there was, somebody told me that there was something in the ordinance or something that you're not supposed to be on any devices.
Yeah, we put that in, but it's ignored.
O'Toole was on the phone the entire meeting.
Excuse me?
O'Toole was on her phone the entire meeting, texting people when it was ringing.
So we put it in the business administrator.
They text each other. Sweet nothings.
I don't use my phone. I don't. But it's a point well taken.
And the other thing is, I don't understand, we've been talking about affordable housing for God knows how long. Why all of a sudden, 2 weeks before the 15th of March, has it come up saying we got a problem? And he's saying that it's you guys that are going to cause the problems in Toms River. You're going to raise taxes. Well, he saved $11 million in taxes. Where are they? I didn't get a refund.
Don't you think these meetings are bad? Wait until the budget. I'm giving you guys a warning. Wait until the budget. Okay?
But that should have been done ahead of time. Or could
There's
you
no,
have...
everything is the last ditch thing. Oh, we got to change the rules and the bylaws of the council. We got to take the council power away and give it to the mayor and the business administrator. You remember that in November?
Well, in December, you had Justin Lamb turn against him because he was trying to push things through at the end of the year.
And what about the JIF, the insurance, to get out of that? The joint insurance fund, to go with Fairview, up where he works. The Democratic Party that donated $18,000 about to his campaign. There's no conflict of interest in that.
The other thing, I'm getting tired of hearing out the Mo Hill gang here. Well, where's dance people? I don't see dance people here.
Yeah, there is no Mo Hill gang.
Oh, there she is.
The people he's putting are Democrats.
Wait, there she is.
Oh, she has her hand up.
She's dancing.
Okay. All right. What else?
That was it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you for coming over, Ortley Beach. And I just wanted to tell you one more thing. Come forward. So, you know, the previous administration got like a big grant, like $1 million. Don't hold
Please
me
do
to
not put his name on the boardwalk.
Yeah, well, listen, so our township engineer is working on this, and I was, guys, I want to say, last Wednesday, I really thought, well, I'm going to save that for public comment, but this beautiful project is getting delayed again, so. And I'll mention it
Why is it getting delayed? Because they just changed people that are going to do
yeah, because things aren't getting done in time.
I can explain further.
Oh, okay. We will under council comments, all right? And believe it or not, these guys, they want to do the right thing here. And I'll just say briefly, last agenda meeting was really, really good. It was professional and it was civil. A couple little jokes and whatever, but with the township engineer and the chief financial officer, we got a lot of things on until you know who calls in on the phone and controls everything, and then it all blows up. So that's my comment.
Well, the
Thank
other
you.
thing too is, when we were going to, we wanted the town to buy the surf club, Dan voted against it.
Yeah,
So it was too
of course.
expensive. Oh, it's
Yeah.
too expensive, too expensive.
Yeah.
But when he wants to buy the boat works, from what I heard, he overpaid for the boat works.
No, we don't even have that yet. It's not.
Well, if they're doing it, aren't they gonna be overpaying?
Yeah, but I don't think, you know, so I'm glad you brought this up. Say you and I have a contract to buy your house in Wortley Beach, and we agree on the price. And then something happens, I back out of the deal, and I was gonna buy your house, and then I'm gonna eminent domain it and take it away for free. That's what they're doing over here. I know, but.
Eminent domain is not free. It's
Okay,
market
listen,
value.
okay, please. Say, council chair. Okay, but ask permission first, don't interrupt. Not for me, not for me, for all the council presidents that sat down here in the past, okay?
I spoke with Mr. Merlino after he had left here, and I was asking him about when lawyers can interject. And he said they're supposed to be quiet until they're asked a question. But I see you, and I saw Mr. Pasquarello, you just open up your mouth and start butting in. So I wish you'd follow the rules that they're supposed to.
I have to, I'm fighting for the town, I'm fighting for the truth.
From what I saw today, you were fighting
But
them,
sir,
and you're supposed to be.
you will always have the opportunity if you ask for it. Okay, all right, thank you. Thank you for coming over the bridge.
No problem doing it for
Thank
10
you.
years, over 10 years.
Yes, just remember we're on the clock, 5-minute clock. Okay.
Again, Paul Williams, Broad Street, Toms River. Through the council president, I have a question for the attorney. That's okay?
Please, go ahead.
Mr. Penny, and if you can, make it a yes or no. Is the council president empowered to sign criminal charges against anybody who obstructs these meetings?
I don't know.
I believe that he does. And so I want to...
That seems extreme to me. My guess would be no.
Thank you. But I don't agree with you. Because this is the council meeting. We have a council president. And I believe that the council president is empowered to do so. But there's a point to that. And as quickly as possible, I'm going to read this letter. This is a letter with regard to concerns, this is a letter that I drafted a couple of weeks ago. And it was with regard to concerns for the mayor's conduct at council meetings and adherence to the Open Public Meetings Act. I'm a lifelong resident of Toms River and a regular attendee of the Township Council meetings. I am writing to express my long-standing concern regarding the conduct of Mayor Daniel T. Roderick during these meetings. As a member of the public who attends to observe the business of our local government, I have witnessed what we are all too familiar with, a persistent pattern of petulant behavior by Roderick, and that often disrupts the orderly function of the council meeting, impedes the council's ability to perform its duties, and undermines the rights of the public under the New Jersey Open Public Meetings Act. At multiple meetings, the mayor has repeatedly interrupted the proceedings by making comments, statements, and speeches without first being recognized by the council president. These interruptions are frequent and often directed at criticizing council members or, at regular times, members of the public who are exercising their right to speak. Most concerning is that these interruptions have continued even after the council president has instructed the mayor to stop or has otherwise attempted to maintain order. The conduct directly conflicts with the established rules governing our council meetings. The violation of council rules and Robert's Rules of Order, as codified in section 5-9A of the Toms River Code, council meetings, quote, shall generally be conducted in accordance with Robert's Rules of Order, except as modified by Township Council. A fundamental tenet of Robert's Rules is that a member must be recognized by the presiding officer before speaking. The mayor's repeated interjections without being recognized are a clear departure from this established procedure. Violations of the council's adopted decorum rules. The resolution establishing rules and regulations for calendar year 2026 adopted at the January 1st, 2026 reorganization meeting specifically addresses decorum. Section 5B of that resolution states that any person who, quote, shall disturb the peace of the council, make impertinent or slanderous remarks, or conduct himself, herself in a boisterous manner, causing a disruption to the order of the meeting, may be ordered to be removed at the discretion of the council president. The resolution further warns that such conduct may be a violation of section 388-4X of the Toms River Code, which prohibits causing, quote, any disturbance that risks public inconvenience, annoyance, or alarm, unquote. The Open Public Meetings Act was enacted to ensure that the public has the opportunity to be present and observe the deliberations of public bodies. When a single official is permitted to consistently interrupt and disrupt proceedings, it degrades the quality of those meetings for everyone present. It creates an atmosphere of disorder that is not conducive to the thoughtful deliberation of public business, and frankly, makes it difficult for residents to follow the proceedings they have a statutory right to observe. The mayor's conduct may rise beyond a mere violation of the procedural rules. As the council president, Mr. Scosi, you have the authority to sign criminal complaints against any individual, including the mayor, who engages in unlawful conduct during a meeting. I would respectfully suggest that you consider this course of action if the disruptions continue. The following statutes appear applicable. New Jersey Statute, annotated, Title 2C, 29-1. If I may.
Yes,
brief.
please. Go
Thank you, sir. Obstructing administration of law or other governmental functions. This statute prohibits any person from obstructing a public servant from lawfully performing an official function by means of, quote, any independently unlawful act, unquote. The mayor's conduct, if it constitutes a violation of section 388-4X of the Township Code prohibiting disturbances, or NJSA 2C33-2, an offense of disorderly conduct, would provide the necessary predicate unlawful act. The council president is a public servant lawfully performing the official function of presiding over the meeting and maintaining order. The second one, candidly, it is a little bit of a stretch, but it is a very serious crime. New Jersey Statute annotated Title 2C 30-2, official misconduct. While this statute carries a higher burden requiring proof of a purpose to obtain a benefit or injure another, it is worth noting that a public servant commits official misconduct when they commit an unauthorized act relating to their office, knowing it is unauthorized. The mayor's repeated interruptions, particularly after being directed to stop, could potentially implicate this statute if the evidence demonstrates a corrupt purpose, such as intent to silence council members or intimidate the public. I raise these statutes not to suggest that criminal charges are the only or even the preferred remedy, but to emphasize the seriousness of the conduct. The law provides tools to address disruptions of governmental functions, and I trust you will utilize whatever means necessary to preserve order. As you are aware, I have been known to have spoken out and raised my voice at Roderick several times when he has engaged in his disruptive behavior in the past. I've done so because his disruptive conduct is frustrating to witness and frankly disrespectful to everyone in the room who is trying to participate in and observe the orderly conduct of public business. I want to be clear that I would rather not continue to do so. I would prefer to attend meetings, observe the proceedings, and go home without feeling compelled to be confrontational. However, if the disruptive conduct continues unabated and no real action taken to stop it, I will do so if I deem it necessary. I will not sit silently while a single petulant official is permitted with practical impunity to derail the public's business and trample on the decorum that every other participant is expected to follow. It should also be noted and kept in mind, if no action is taken against the mayor for his conduct, it invites every other person in attendance, not just me, but also council members and members of the public alike, to engage in the same behavior. More importantly, if the council were to enforce its decorum rules against a member of the public for conduct identical to the mayor's, while permitting the mayor to continue uninterrupted, such selective enforcement would likely violate the First and 14th Amendments to the United States Constitution. I will not belabor you with explaining the Constitution, but I hope that I have made my point and made it very clear. Keep in mind that this was a letter I drafted a couple of weeks ago. What we saw tonight is what happens when this individual is not controlled, when he doesn't face any consequences. Council President, I would ask you, and I strongly suggest you, explore the possibility of whether you can. I believe that you can, but I strongly suggest that you do explore that possibility and file criminal charges against the mayor.
I'll take it into consideration, and it was well written, thank you, but
So is your mother.
Paul, please, you shouldn't be talking to anybody, okay? Oh, I didn't do that. No, Jesus, I said, I did.
The alternative is what's been going on. You don't think that's kind of draconian? You don't think that? You don't say nothing about what he's been doing? I get it. Where's your pom-pom and tutu?
Okay, all right.
Punk.
Okay, thank you, thank you. Yes, Tom, please state your name and your address for the record, please.
Yeah, Tom Abdella, 752 Jackal Court, Toms River. Well, this was a nice look, expected early Friday, the 13th. Gives you all know the date. Interesting too that we have a deadline on a Sunday for a governmental decision. I just want to bring this to just the council's attention. I don't think you should ever negotiate from a point of weakness. I think it was said in June the negotiations were started for this affordable housing, or so we carried through December. In October, New Jersey Senate bill was introduced and ultimately failed in committee, but it was S 4736. Otherwise known as Yes in God's Backyard, that would allow the state to come in and provide funding for affordable housing on religious property, religious land. And it would create very strict limitations on how the town can actually refuse that. So, now, that failed in committee in October, but it's since been reintroduced. It's New Jersey S 1836 is currently still in committee. I understand that, but I hope that this is something that if you guys are continuing this negotiation, that you'll discuss and say, if there is a deal made, that we're not just going to get the middle finger from the state. The governor is in favor of this. We have a supermajority of Democrats in the state legislature. They're in favor of this. It was proposed by them. So just look it up and keep that, keep that for what it's worth. New Jersey S 1836. All right.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for writing it down. Thank you.
Dennis Galante, 149 Jersey Court. This meeting being taped tonight in its entirety?
I hope so.
He cut the feed a while ago. Plug get pulled already?
Yeah.
Okay, was it on earlier or just?
Yes.
Who decided to pull the plug? Okay.
The mayor.
All right. What do they say about?
I'm only the council president.
Okay. Only.
What
do they say about doing the same thing, like over and over and over again with the same results? What do they say about that? I mean, is any of this irrelevant? Is it, what I'm seeing is so many different things. The mayor went after, I don't understand, bringing forward a resolution about letting the bid do the presentation of their budget. And I don't know whatever he was talking about had anything to do with the presentation. My other thing is the fact that you table ordinances of first reading. I've never, ever, in all the years coming here, I've never seen that done. All you're doing is introducing the ordinance by title and a description so we can go forward in 30 more days. So why was that tabled? I've never seen that done. Is there any legal, anything about that?
The council permitted to table it, they're allowed to do whatever.
An ordinance of first reading? Like I said, I've never heard it done in 25 years. Okay.
Honestly, I was up to here with, I didn't want to hear any more screaming. It was too much. So I'm putting it down in another 2 weeks, and then we'll start all over again with the screaming and the yelling and all that. I just wanted to get out of here before midnight. And that's the only reason. These meetings should only take less than an hour, and there's only one person here that makes it go on.
Who's responsible to enforce the decorum, the bylaws, Robert's rules, everything involved, especially Open Public Meetings Act? And thank you, Mr. Williams, that I didn't have to go and say what he said, because I agree with almost 99% of it.
I'm in charge, and I apologize to everybody.
But you're breaking the law. The Open Public Meetings Act is a law.
So who do I go to? Where do I go to? The prosecutor doesn't want to get involved. I'm not going to put our police department in a position like this, and quite frankly, he has 3 enablers now. He used to have 4, but they permit this conduct, and they're part of it. The very first day of January 1st, they all get up and they walk out. Does everybody remember that?
But enforcement, if you don't enforce any of this, it doesn't matter. It's not the way democracy works. I'm sorry, Mr. Hensel, but you need to know the executive session resolution to be read into the record with all the criteria. It doesn't conflict against the purpose of the executive session. When what you did tonight, allowing this to go through and the votes, when it violated the law of the 200-foot notice and it wasn't done properly, who's responsible for that?
The mayor put the executive session on. I did not put the executive session on the agenda. It was already there, okay? And I'm supposed to be in charge of what is on the agenda, all right? And I'm not ashamed to admit that I don't know all the laws. This is all new to me, and I do the best I can. I'm honest up here, but except for these 3 gentlemen, I have no support. And in the past, the mayor always made the agenda, not the council presidents, the 2 previous council presidents before me. He always made the agenda. It was ready for him. And now it's different. I'm there every other Wednesday. I want to get things done for the town. I want to get business done. I want to work with our professionals. I want to leave the town in better shape. That's why I got elected, and that's what I'm going to do. But quite frankly, I'm inept on some things, and I'm not ashamed to admit it.
These issues are I bring this stuff forward, and I look at it, I study it, I read the law, I do that, and you bring the things forward.
We're dealing with a different character. The previous mayor was here this evening, a perfect gentleman. He used to sit down there, and he never said a word until it was his turn, until the end of the meeting, and if he had to say something, he would address the council president to speak. That man used to set the tone. And there's only one man in this auditorium from a council person that caused chaos. There's only one denominator here. There's only one person that makes this place crazy. So I'm not going to get up and scream and fight and take his bait. I'm just not that kind of person. I love this town too much, and we're better than that. I want to be respectful, and we're the laughing stock of the state of New Jersey. Anywhere I go, they're like, oh my God, how do you do it? How do you put up? Look at these council people that he has. He doesn't have the best and the brightest. I mean, and I'm certainly not the best and the brightest. You know, I admit that. And these people think they got elected because the people put them there. Far from it. Far from it. And tonight, I know Mr. Councilman Aber didn't know who was back in the right-hand corner back there, but
His biggest donor.
yeah, the biggest donor, and that's the one who put him in power in the primary. And the mayor knew it. He called it out in May, not even 2 weeks before the primary. He predicted with almost 100% accuracy, because he knew he had the votes. He knew it, and everyone in this room has to understand going forward that the primary is the main event, not the election. So I'm doing the best I can, Mr. Blondie. Okay, that's all I can do.
On a positive note, I want to thank Mr. Bradley. The first snowstorm, our local fire hydrant right up the road, God, I mean, I plowed it, and he got them to shovel it out.
Okay.
I appreciate that. I was going to go do it myself, but it was all laced up by then, I couldn't do it.
Okay.
And then the last snowstorm, the front end loader took out the manhole cover and the collar and everything on our street. And that was quite the hole, and it was very, very dangerous. And that got fixed 3 times and permanently by the county yesterday, so.
Okay, thank you for coming
keep coming
tonight.
back with this stuff.
All right, thank you.
We gotta do something here.
You were here for 3.5 hours. Okay, I need a motion to close, unless there's anybody else. I need a motion. You have something to say, sir?
I'll make a motion to close.
Okay. Is the guy next to you want to second that?
That little guy's your
All right, I need a motion to close.
Let's go to the bar.
Okay. All in favor?
Okay, can you just tell me the first and second that you're talking?
Oh. I first, Mr. Rivoli, you were second.
Okay. So was it Mr. Nivison and Mr. Vicini first and second? All right, all in favor of close public comment?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Okay, now we're going to move on to officials' comments. Official comments. Would you like to start?
Just everybody get home safely tonight.
There you go. All right.
Okay, we're going to start with Councilman Bradley.
Everybody just get home safely tonight. Thank you.
Okay,
I'm
Councilman.
almost ready for bedtime. I hate to tell you guys, but everybody be safe, and I'll see you in 2 weeks.
It's obvious to everybody Roderick doesn't care about this town. He cares about making us look bad for his next election. He got us into this mess with the affordable housing, and he was just looking for a scapegoat. So no matter how we voted, if this thing went south, it's going to be our fault.
We'll wait till we get the text message tomorrow.
I already got it.
No,
It's already out. It's already out.
It's already out?
Yeah, Solanas.
What did I do?
You did nothing. With me, you got blamed for everything.
Anything else?
I can't text messages.
What's that?
We're not part of that
That's it. Thanks for coming.
Don't worry about it, you're not
All
missing
right.
much.
All right. Listen, I got to talk. I want to thank everybody for staying this late and continue to come to these meetings. We need your help. Talk to everyone that you can, what's going on in this town, and God bless Toms River. Okay? Thank you.
We need a motion to adjourn, everybody.
Okay. Who would like to motion it? Who's second?
I'll second.
Okay, very good. Thank you. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. Thank you.